Alright, welcome to episode 13 of Chill Play. We are going to be doing something completely different this time. Bouncing off the walls. But essentially today I am going to be on the grind. And what I normally do, I usually multitask. So that's what we're going to be doing today. Multitasking. You get myself situated. Alrighty then. Yeah, so what I mean by multitasking is I do intend on... So, first and foremost, right? I just want to play the game. I just want to chill. And I want to make up some ground and just... XP a bit. I hit level 14 the other day, but I'm also working on a side project. Has to do with monsters and memories. And in order for me to do the project correctly, I gotta look over some of their previous videos, get some timestamps, write those timestamps down. It's time consuming, and this is what I would normally be doing, right? Since the goal of this channel is to document my little EverQuest experience, this is what I would be doing if I wasn't hitting the record button. So, essentially, I'm going to be watching some VODs on Twitch and on the YouTube. Obviously not with like a bunch of simultaneous sounds going on at the same time. But alright, first of all I need to figure out what my plan is. So I leveled to 14 yesterday. I got all my spells. I think I sold all my junk. Except for my ogre head. Gotta keep my ogre head on me all, just to remind me. You know what they say, keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer. Alright. What I did tell myself I was going to do yesterday is organize my spells, because I kind of just dumped them in here. So let's take a look at my spell book. Oh, let me turn this off for now. I'm not even watching anything. That's going to annoy me when I'm rewatching this. Alright, let's see. So we got Stinging Swarm. That's my... Whoops. That's my first dot. This is going to be a fun little experiment for me because I'm going to be multitasking more than I normally do. But yeah. Alright, so Ignite, check. Flame Lick, check. Snare, check. Grasping Roots, check. Stinging Swarm, we got that right there, check. Light Healing. I almost never heal myself unless I'm resting, but I'll keep it. Skin Like Rock, obviously. Spirit of Wolf, always. And then... let me see here. Alright, well, let's start off with the obvious ones. So, I'm going to move this over here. Skin Like Rock. I'm going to move Spirit of Wolf over here. I'm going to put Bind Affinity right next to the Gate spell. We're probably going to move that later just so it's not there. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to put that there, and I'm going to put my Levitate there. I'm going to move my Camo over here. And then really I should keep my dots together. So this is technically a dot, so I'll put that there. Flame Lick, I'll put that there. Last but not least, I'm going to put Cascade of Hail next to those spells. And this is something I'm not going to be using anytime soon. Well, actually, that's not true. I'm going to be using that soon. And I'm going to put that right next to my Harmony spell, because that's just where I'm going to remember it is located. This looks very cluttered. I'll put Gate and Bind Affinity here for now. So page 1 will be my daily drivers, even though Tree Form is not really a daily driver. But yeah, okay, I think we're good to go. So I have everything. I don't have a bunch of junk coppers, so I'll be good there. Spirit of Wolf is about to fade. That was quite a lot of fizzling. Look at you with your Spirit of Wolf, with your Sow, with your Sow. Looking fancy. Running all super fast. Speedy Gonzalez. I've shared this before, but the little trick here, if you're at the POD lift, Mr. Priest of Discord, and you're looking at the lift, if you want to get to Butcher Block quickly, in between this tree and that tree, you just run in that way, directly down the middle, and you're going to be at Butcher Block Mountains in no time. So, fancy little shortcut. Let me make sure, do I have everything? I do. I don't need anything. So unless somebody beats me to it, and this is live, so I gotta be careful. Unless somebody beats me to it, I'm going back to the Alluring Sirens, because that's my favorite AFK camp. I'll just sit there and I'll grind away. And when we get there, I'm going to be watching a bunch of Twitch VODs from Mr. A Loving Robot, aka Sean, the lead director, designer from Monsters and Memories. Going to be watching some of his VODs so I can write down some timestamps. I want to work on a video highlighting some of the stuff that they have been showcasing. And yeah, I'm a huge fan. And since I'm new to YouTube, new to recording, new to streaming and all this stuff, again, I'm primarily doing it for my own selfish reasons, which is I want to watch this stuff later. You know what I mean? Like 5-10 years down the road. But I also don't want to cringe too much. Like, you're always going to cringe hearing your own voice or watching your own stuff or staring at your face. I'm trying to make it as least painful as possible, if that's a word or a way of correct phrasing there. And what that means for me is, before I make any kind of recorded videos, right? This is a live streaming video, but if I want to do a recorded video, meaning I record footage, I script it, I write it out, I edit it, I want to make it halfway decent, especially when I'm talking about somebody else's project, right? I don't want to butcher the information. I also want to make sure there's some decent production value. So yeah, that's going to be the chill play today. I'm just going to AFK camp some Sirens. I'm going to watch some Eminem videos. You can watch along with me, because I'll be doing this fancy little thing. So you can listen in and do all that fun stuff. And yeah, hopefully I can take some notes. And then once I'm finished for the night, I will have hopefully some timestamps and some notes. And on day 2, I'll work on actually scripting the video and then recording the next day after that. I'm trying to pace myself, right? Because I have that new YouTuber syndrome where I try to complete a video in one sitting. which sometimes means sitting there for like 12 hours. Don't do that. That's not a good idea. You will crash and burn doing that. But yeah. Good times. Let me check something here. Make sure I'm actually online, right? Well, that would be embarrassing. Wait, am I online? Yeah, I'm online. I think I'm online. What is that? What's this guy's name? Where'd he go? Blyle Bundon. I don't know why I thought it said something else, but anywho. Yeah, okay. It shows that I'm live. I mean, the most important thing is I want to make sure this is being recorded so I can have it for my archives. Oh, wait a minute. A worker scarab? Okay, if there's a worker scarab here, that means that there's like a mother... Oh, the boat's right there. What am I doing? Run! Oh, I really hope I make it. If I don't make it, that's okay. But I would prefer not to miss the boat. I would really prefer not to miss the boat. Oh, that's phenomenal. Oh, that's great. That's really good timing. I like that. That's a great start right there. All right. All right, looks like all systems go. Made it to the boat. Have my little game plan for the evening, my little AFK camp. Have my Monsters and Memories videos. Well, I wouldn't say they're queued up, but they're there. I'll be able to peruse through them once I get to my destination. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and take a look here. Let's take a look-see. Alright, so this is actually from 3 weeks ago. This was the video that Zukin posted. I really enjoyed this video. This is when he was playing as a druid, which is what I am in EverQuest. I can't tell if he's talking or not. Say something, Zukin.
About now.
Yeah, thank you for saying something.
For some reason, things got weird.
Tell me about it. Story of my life. Oh, is this where I'm going? No, not here. These are
Okay.
These
Thanks
are
for
some
letting me
sirens
know.
right there.
That's a bummer. Although it was the beginning, so not much was lost there.
Okay.
Got some ash cloth. It's raining now.
Yeah, I definitely recommend watching this video from beginning to
Gave all
end.
the armor that I got.
This, the full stream of Zukin playing as a druid in Monsters and Memories was super enjoyable. 10 out of 10 recommend. What I need to do actually is I need to catch up on some of the... I'll be jumping around a bit, so let me figure this out. Don't judge me. Alright, so which one is this?
I think.
Alright, so I'm seeing one right here about the biomes. So let me... This is from January 30th. Let me write this down. I'm going to have to organize this. So right now it's Sean's stuff. So you get to listen to the ocean. I don't spend enough time on Twitch, so sometimes I get confused looking through the previous videos. I feel like it's a little clunky. Alright, so January 30th. This one, it looks like he's covering the biomes. So, I already did a video on the biomes. Mainly biomes. It might make sense to cover that again, though. Let me do one more thing. Let me open up the chat just in case some nosy person decides to come in here. Oh, look who it is. DJ Press Play. Rating right now, but got you on low volume just to hear the bass of your voice. Oh, gosh. I don't know if I should be flattered or terrified. That's besides the point. What's up, man? I'm glad you're here. Alright. I'm just looking at some Monsters and Memories videos because I plan on making a video recording later. Alright, so January 30th, this video right here on Twitch. Mainly he's talking about biomes, so I might check that out. February 1st is another one. Yeah, it looks like some of the same More biomes. That's around the time when they released the video about the biome jam, when they showed off the lava, the lava zone. And hey, Dodger, hey to you too. Okay, so that's that. And goodness, Sean did a lot of videos about the biomes. Okay, February 6th. That's the VOD he did about the biomes too. Oh, it looks like he went to some craft. No, he did biomes plus zone exploration. As I'm listening through these VODs, which I'll start doing once I get to my AFK camp, I'm going to be writing down significant timestamps, but only for like impactful things, right? Like, is there going to be PvP in the game? Yes. We plan on having PvP in the game, right? So just that kind of information, right? That was just an example. Obviously, I'm not going to pay attention to that kind of stuff. Okay, February 9th. I see what he did here. So February 9th. He talked about biomes plus corpse runs. That might be a good one to review. February 15th was the... Oh yeah, this one's nice. The February 15th one, Sean was talking about zone building, and I think he was placing crystals. Was that, what day was he placing crystals? All right, we're just gonna have to get started. And crystals. Next we have February 16th. Man, he was like back to back. All right, February 16th. Okay, mainly Night Harbor. It looks like he was spending most of his time in the city. Night Harbor. Okay, perfect. Hey, there's no way I'm gonna get through all these videos. Okay, February 21st. Well, I don't plan on going through all of them. I just need a couple key points. Most of the other stuff is in my brain. Dodger said, totally gonna derail you. What level are you up to? No, you're not gonna derail me. I'm if I didn't want to be distracted, I wouldn't be live. So to answer your question, Dodger, I am officially... oh, look, it's Merlin Monroe. We saw Merlin Monroe the other day. I love that name. Squirrels of War. Oh, gosh, I love these names. Here I am being a role player. Draekos Draconis of the 14th season. Gosh, silly role player. Anyways, I'm level 14 now. I finally got my So what do you think of me now? Got my Spirit of Wolf. I almost did a little howl. Oh gosh. I might do one later. All right. February 21st. Okay, February 21st. Grouping. So he was a groupie that day. Grouping with blank. I'll just say blank until I figure out who it was. And then February 23rd. He was playing an ogre. We're getting closer to March. I know, I heard. Dodger says, sweet. Me and Hipto hit 29 this week. I was very, very shocked when I heard that. My heart was breaking. No, but seriously, that's amazing. Congratulations. I heard you guys got some good loot too. Some J boots amongst other things. Okay, so he was placing crystals on February. Crystals. And this is kind of stalkerish. I'm just like, I'm sitting here with a notepad looking at all of a loving robots videos, about to dissect as many as I can. It's kind of creepy. Stalker vibes. All right. All right, we're getting closer. So March 14th. I think that's right when he came back from surgery. Right? Yep, that was the back from surgery video. And then after that, it's March 20th. And then the stream from today, March 22nd. Okay, cool. I'm all caught up. Now to decide on which one. Oh, I gotta pay attention. Oh, crap. All right, where am I? We'll come back to this. Okay, Dodger said yep, and glowing black stone and the enduring breath earring. Nice. Dodger also said we're gonna have to take you to get some of that gear when you level up. Oh, I 100% would love to come with you guys and do that once I get up a little bit higher. Yeah, and typically when I'm working or doing a side project or something like that, I'll sit there and I'll just log in and I'll grind away at like some AFK mob, but I'll go and do something else. That's pretty much what I'm going to be doing tonight. But for the sake of consistency and documentation purposes, I'm going to do it on stream because why not? I want it to be recorded for later. Because that's part of the experience, sometimes even those boring grinds, they're not actually that boring because you're doing other things in the background, which are entertaining. And it's also awesome watching that XP bar go up. So that's what I'm going to be doing tonight. Watching the XP bar go up. I will hit level 15 tonight for sure. So that should be worth it. And in the meantime, I'll also be preparing for the video I'm going to record in a couple days. Basically, whenever I finish taking notes, scripting it, planning it, I'll start recording it and then editing it and then hopefully have it done by April 1st for that big announcement. Monsters and Memories has a big announcement coming up. I wanted to make a precursor video basically to their big announcement, so that before they announce their good news, I can hopefully introduce a couple new people to M&M that aren't already aware of who or what they are. A spoiler alert, it's basically like EverQuest 1.5. Better in every way, in my opinion, but not going to be too controversial tonight. But yeah, best game ever made, Monsters and Memories. Coming to a Best Buy rack near you. Dodger said, video editing is a drug. Ask me how I know. How do you know this, Dodger? Have you been snorting the CapCut or the Adobe Premiere? That's funny. That's true. It's like recording your gameplay footage is like getting high off your own supply. It's like, dude, you're already playing the game. That's good enough. And then on top of that, you're recording it so you can watch it later. Getting high on your own supply. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Now, I love video editing when there's actually something good to edit, you know? I'm very self-critical, so like if everything's garbage and everything's just not good, I will literally waste 8 hours and be like, I mean, I don't even like this. Like, I'll watch it and I'll be like, oh, well, that was fun. The editing process was fun, but the end result is no fun. That's why this time around I want to do what the professionals do. Try to script it a little bit. I'm going to ask ChatGPT, hey, ChatGPT, write me a script with a beginning, middle, and end for a YouTube video. True story, ChatGPT is actually really good at that. And actually, I guarantee you that's how most videos on YouTube are made nowadays. All right, we are about to be at our destination. I think. Oh, I forgot to ask you. I actually had two questions. I had one for you and I had one for DJ Press Play. So I'm going to ask DJ Press Play first, see if he gets back to me when he gets back to me. But question for you, DJ Press Play. You said you're raiding right now. Where are you raiding at? What are you doing? That's question number one. And then Dodger, question for you is, what are you guys up to tonight? Are you hanging out with Hypto or just chilling? Oh, yes. Yay. No one's camping them. Alright, good stuff, man. Alright, so we made it to our destination. Alright, I'm actually going to be right back and then I'll be fully situated. All right. All right, I am back, and I'm gonna get started here. First, I'm gonna get started on picking out which video I want. Let's go back to January 30th. That's the one where he did mainly the biomes. I'm just gonna do a quick peek on that, and then go somewhere else from there.
Cool, live. All right, let me get my shit together. Thanks for watching VOD. Apologies for cursing at you so early in the video. But I wasn't cursing at you. Cursing with you. All right. We've got, what, 6,700 people in Discord? So if you don't mind subscribing here on YouTube, that'd be kind of tight.
Just quick audio test. Making sure
Ahoy! Guten Abend, wie geht's?
Cool, the levels are
Nobody
fine.
fans. What is up? Was ist los, mein Freund? Crescents, what's up? Thank you. Yeah, sorry I bailed on you guys on Thursday. I thought I was having surgery on Thursday, and then I got prepped for it. Got into I was in the zone. I was all ready to go in and get surgerized on Thursday. Woke up. We were Googling whether or not coffee counted as a clear liquid per the whole instructions for general anesthetic. And as we were doing that, I got a phone call saying, "Hey, we got a bunch of people with the flu, so we're having to shut down one of the 5 surgical suites. So we're gonna have to bump your surgery." I was like,
So that was before the surgery. I'm going to skip through a little bit. Oh.
the rocks are shiny. Everything's shiny. What? Crescents, you're absolutely welcome, dude. It's my is the skybox. There's something weird going on right now. It's my pleasure. I hesitate to say that because it sounds kind of cheesy or fake, but it really is. It's my pleasure to be able to like chat about stuff like that, and we can do more. Yeah, so something's up with all the materials. Let me... Yeah, everybody knows how much I love this aesthetic when everything's shining. Yeah, so fog's gone. let me zone and see if it's everywhere. Something is up. Something is amiss. That sounds like a really tough decision to have to make, but honestly, I think I would go to the better safe than sorry route as well. D says, wouldn't it be considered malpractice for how they set doing coming up in the next weeks is talking with the team about proof of concept and where we kind of see the line being, where we want to draw the line, what we want to shoot towards, and whether or not we think it's feasible to hit it within a appropriate time frame. And yeah, we'll go from there. And then I guess we'll figure out how much of that's going to be conveyed in how. So Harrison said tiling of the sand looks different. Not sure if someone
sorry, Dodger said, sorry I'm late to reading your comment. Hypto bailed on the start of our adventure. Tonight I'm getting content for my next Elite Dangerous video. Currently trying to land on a planet with some kind of accuracy. Well, I hope you land on that planet, and I hope you do it accurately. And I definitely look forward to checking out your next video. And if anyone on here is watching, you should go check out his channel. Remind me the full name. I thought it was Sergeant Dodger. But feel free to just drop it in the chat so I can read it out loud. Or not. It's up to you. Your privacy matters. Alright, let's see here.
push an update to that material or not. Could it... Is anybody or either of you in able to get in editor and game? Is it something that maybe I could...
Okay, so he's talking about an error.
Dash 728 says first live stream I've caught. Game looks great already. Thank you. So while you guys are in here, you know what I'm gonna do? Simon Harrison, is it fine? Is it fine if I hop into the biomes you guys were working on?
Okay, yeah, so he's got to talk about biomes.
Well, this says I don't see how the material's broken, I must admit. I get really bent out of shape whenever... and help me use the right term, guys. Because I always just say... because I'm not an actual artist, I always use the wrong terms. I'll say like bump mapping or height mapping or normals or whatever. And so normal maps. So whenever you can see like the normal map,
Dodger said I did. It was fairly accurate. Talking about your landing, I'm happy to hear that, Dodger.
Maps. Whenever it looks like, if I were to look down here and you were to see things be, you know, like shiny because there's an edge there, or like in this case, you see how it looks really rough, but it's not because it's in the texture as much as it is there's...
All right, we got to skip along. Oh, okay.
Setup.
All right, let me back up. So he actually starts covering some cool stuff.
That. But for those of you that
I shouldn't.
you were to see things be
okay, we're just gonna
like
leave it
shiny because there's a.
I'm gonna let it play and just make a note that at 20 minutes he starts talking about lighting and other things.
there's an edge there. Or like in this case, you see how it looks really rough, but it's not because it's in the texture as much as it is there's something that's being done in engine to make it look that way. I'm not a fan of that look, because then it looks like you're just kind of in engine, right? Like it's not art, it's engine-y. And that's probably a shitty way of explaining it, but that's what you're going to get from me at the moment. Right, like this, and see how the light's hitting it differently based off of angle and the light, and it makes it kind of looks a little sparkly, shiny. Yeah, I'm really not a fan of that. But for those of you that haven't been here in a while, first of all, you should check out last month's update, because you get some great examples of it. But let me go see if we can actually see it, the example in game. I thought it was right around here. What does it look like at night? Yeah, you see how crazy this looks right now? That means something's broken. But these guys are... Excuse me. So those... you said, to be honest, that texture looks nice to me. It looks nice to a lot of people, but it doesn't look nice to me. Like this look of just kind of the engine doing its work, I'm just not a fan. Yeah, Pat has said, we use normal maps on all the environment stuff, so it plays nicely with modern lighting. We just use very low strength settings, so it's subtle. Something changed though, because it shouldn't be that strong. Yeah, and so it's not that we don't use it at all. It's just, and it's not that we may not use a bit more or whatever if it gets the right effect, but really the goal is to have it look as kind of subtle and painted as possible, right? Because the goal is for us to feel like we're immersed in a old fantasy painting. It's like, what would it be like to run around in a painting that Keith Parkinson or, you know, Elmore Easley, or I'm sure I'm forgetting some other great artists. Like, what would it feel like to be in one of those old, you know, book covers, or Ronnie James Dio album cover? That works too. Yeah, so if you guys haven't been around in a while, the last month's update gets into the most recent texture blending and stuff that we're doing. Here, let me...
I just fizzled so many times. That was wild. I'm not even going to try to hit it with the dot.
So yeah, you see how crisp everything looks right now, but then when the fog's doing its stuff, when everything's set up properly, typically any other stream, you'll see everything's got a nice, it's a bit softer, not so crispy. So anyways, if you look at the structure, these two are the exact same structure. And with the new surface shading, it's the same structure, but boom. And so that's what it's been looking like in here. It's just something got tweaked or twaddled or whatever. And interior, it's the same thing. If you've been watching the streams over.
Oh my goodness, that was rough. I'm at 2 mana. It's because I got that new stinging swarm, so that takes 65 mana, which I think is double or almost double of my... Yeah, it's like double. It's more than double, actually, than my Ignite spell. And I guess I haven't practiced enough in Conjuration. So because I haven't practiced that... Oh, you know what? I just thought of something. I know how to get my Conjuration skill up really quick. That's going to be my secondary quest for the evening. Let's see here. Yep, Conjuration. There you go. And this only takes 10 mana, so we're going to do that. Oh, look at that. And it's perfect because we're running out of food and drink. Don't you love it when things just come together? Yeah, because I can't keep fizzling like that, because the whole point of the AFK camp is so I can root rot. Can't root rot something if I'm can't even, you know, have enough mana. So I'll go ahead and do that while I listen to what Sean has to say.
For the last couple of years, you know, when we're indoors, it kind of looks like this, and we've gotten really used to it, to be honest, right? Like, this is what our game looks like, and we love it. But then with the new setup, it gives this feel. As Pat said, maybe the normal value got bumped back to 1 or something. Yeah. It doesn't look like it. I mean, I'm sure it's just something silly got wiggled. And then you can see on the streets out there right now, the texture blending. And the texture blending is actually really cool. Those of you that haven't heard me go on and on about this, we'll look at it in a second. You can see we're using 2 different textures, and it's really cool. The way that they've got it set up is the texture is actually reading the height data. Like if you look here, I'll just show you in game in a second. But it's reading the height values in the texture, and so the sand is actually filling in cracks in the other texture. Pretty neat. What's up, Dark Inside? So here's the building that we were looking at before, and here's the building we're looking at after. And you can see where the texture blendings here. We got like the plaster, and then the stone underneath it. And you can even see here, right? Like you can see where the plaster's filling in the deeper cracks in the brick, right? So stone walls. It's funny, we're looking at stone walls right now. Right, so see how it's, we'll look at it in game. Oh, and then the other thing is, I mean, look at that. That looks great. The environment guy.
Yeah, it looks really nice. I remember from the playtest, it looks night and day different.
Guys are doing an awesome job. And it's so coming up this, we've just finished our biome jam and learned some cool things, and I'll show you some of those in a minute. But we just finished our biome jam, and so it'd be nice to roll back in and basically update Night Harbor to look like this. And we were talking with the environment guys about that. So, but look, we've also got some trim sheets going on. See the details right here?
All right, so I need to make a mental note. So he brings up the trim sheets here. And the trim sheets is let me see if I can, you should be able to see my mouse cursor. Yeah, you can see it. So the trim sheets is this kind of like molding or mullion, I guess. Forget the right term. And, you know, there's a custom design. So think Egyptian hieroglyph. I'm terrible. I can't say this word. Like, I'm 36 years old, can't say it. Hieroglyphics. Hieroglyphics. You know, the stuff, the thing, where it's on the pyramids or whatever, or on the temples in Egypt. I don't think it's on the pyramids actually, but anyways, so it's like the design in the stone. So like imagine like every city, maybe the lizard city or the wood elf city, they might have different designs either on the wood or on the stone. So that, you know, they're just putting those kind of touches on it, changed up the textures to make them a little bit more charactery. Yeah. You know, because when they develop these games, it's a lot of gray boxing is done, and after the gray boxing, then they update the textures, and then after they update the textures, then more stuff gets put in, and this is just all part of that process. And it's really just bringing the city to life. Love this screenshot with the palm trees and the sun coming up. You can like almost see the humidity underneath the sun. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
So it's like we're starting to get that in as well. BMC says, have to say I was dubious about the low poly old school art style to begin with, but it works really nicely with all the modern tech. Thank you. Yeah, so our goal has been to try to get to this point. It's just taken us a while. A lot to do, a lot to learn. Yeah, so you can see trim sheets in action, blending, texture blending and stuff in action and all that. So here, it doesn't look exactly how it looks in the screenshots because, like I said, we've got something wacky going on. But you can see how the plaster fills the cracks and stuff once it's been painted over, because it can read that. See how it's dark there, so it knows it's a crack. Ollie said he's reverted stuff. Okay, cool. Be More Gaming says art styles like this are timeless, perfect for long-lasting games like MMOs. That's been our belief. Oh, push failed. All right. Well, I'm gonna hang out here with these guys for a minute. Pull once more. All right, let me get on it.
Dodger said, and this was like almost 12 minutes ago, sorry. I'm playing a game, listening to a video with a guy playing a game, listening to a video about playing. Yes. Yeah, so let me read that again. So Dodger said, I'm playing a game, listening to a video with a guy playing a game, listening to a video about playing a game. Yes, this is like one of those infinite loop moments in the Matrix. Welcome, Skullcat. So what's your favorite soup? I would say the French, what do you call it? The French with the cheese and the thing. I don't know. The French one. I also like tomato basil. There's something about it. Like I like spicy soups for some reason, but like tomato basil, it's just got like a very warm and cozy feeling to it. You know, warm and cozy flavor. So, Skullcat, thank you for the question. All right, let me get back to this. Did you see how many times I fizzled? This is why I'm conjuring up these this food, because I'm trying to get my skill up so I can actually land a dot, because that's ridiculous. Anyways.
Nicodemus, what's going on, buddy?
My conjuration is at 4.
All right, let's go back in and see if it fixed it. This is definitely one of my favorite tracks for the game so far. Yeah, it's got a nice, it's perky, right, Primus? It's a perky track. I think so, Justin. I'm no instrument expert.
Yes, yes, Coquette, French onion. Thank you. That's one of my favorite soups.
Pessimistic Squid said my buddy was looking for relaxing music, so I sent him to Robert's YouTube. He's loving all of it. Oh, that's awesome. Now, that said, Robert's got some upbeat stuff in there as well. You can't pull your finger off yet? Nah, I put it on this brace. I actually have to like put it on and take it off, because if it stays braced too long, it hurts. But if it's not braced, then it keeps contorting backwards. Here, I'll show you guys. It's gross. Jasmine calls it my witch finger. Take my strong hand, child. It's wild. Yeah, because it doesn't have, there's no tendons. All the tendons on the bottom are jacked. They're ripped. And so basically severed the tendons on the bottom. And so now all the top tendons are just pulling it backwards.
All right, let me fast forward a bit because I want to see more of the... I'm taking notes here on what I'm going to use for my video. So I don't think I'm going to use that part for the video.
Do we have dust again? It looks like it. Let me go run over and see.
I think this is when he's going to go over the dust storms. I think.
Man, my hand is definitely tired today. A lot of typing and shit. If you're looking for a wholesome, kid-friendly, family-friendly series, I've got to say I'm actually Jasmine and I are actually really enjoying The Chosen. That's been a fun series. Dust from all the construction from the Biome Jam. I think that's we could write that into lore. Zukin says I'm so spoiled by Amazon Prime now that when I get something from anywhere else and it takes 2 weeks, I'm like, oh my god, that's forever. Yeah. You expect me to wait that long? Justin says I still want to watch Castle Rock at some point. Excellent series. Both seasons were high quality, really good.
Oh my gosh, this fizzling, man. It's
If you're a
wild.
Stephen King fan, I recommend Castle Rock.
All right, so I'm going to skip through this some more.
You know what I mean? Darius asked, did you guys experiment with more tree density? I know Kunark has some thinner trees that had no collision. Yeah, well, I mean, we've just been in a desert for a couple of years, so this is absolutely more tree density. So keep in mind, as Simon was just saying, the stuff that we put in, textures and all of that, we haven't done it, given them like the one over. It was, how do we get in here and just quickly create something at a glance? Boom, gives that feel. And so I think this covers it. Like, this gives it a good feel, right?
I mean, it's a great start, in my opinion.
Aramisk, no, my surgery got canceled the morning of.
All right. I'm actually going to switch over to a different video. Actually, no, I'm going to scrub through a little bit more. Scrub a dub dub. So this is 1 hour and 8
What's up, Death by Gnomes? The falling ash really is a nice touch. Zukin says falling ash is a nice touch, and I agree.
Yeah, this is Lava Storm Mountains on steroids. It's crazy. It's got that old school Lava Storm feel. But like with the falling ash and like those trees over there, they have like embers glowing in them. You got to watch it on the full screen to see it well. But it's really cool looking. I mean, and this is like super, super early proof of concept type of stuff. I can't even begin to imagine what it's going to look like when it's all fleshed out.
Cool. See you, Justin. Be careful out there. Enjoy your McDonald's, buddy. Do you die or take damage in the lava? I don't believe any of the art folks set up like the volumes and stuff for that yet. Will it always be this dark in the biome? The day-night cycle is active. I just set it to 6 in the morning so that we could see what the sunrise would be like. No lava post-processing yet either. And we could do, and maybe this is what you mean by the lava post-processing. We could do like a volume that's got like, screws around with like a heat shimmer or whatever when you get to it. Like, couldn't we do that? It seems like we could do that. We got volumes. Aramisk, you will. There's heat distortion already when you get near it, or? Churro Dude says you have an amazingly skilled team to get this much of a game developed in such a short amount of time. We appreciate that. Oh shit. I'm gonna get close to it and see. The guys are in here so they can hear you. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Multiple layers. Oh man. We could probably even do like some chunky bits. But yeah, this is looking fantastic. Oh, wait. It's interesting. Like, I swear I just saw something just happened here where the heat shimmer, like, really shimmered. Dude, Harrison, I know Zukin said it earlier, but really, really, really nice touch with the little ashy bits falling down.
Skullcat said, did you find out how the XP is farming wisps? So actually, no. The last you heard from me was where you left me, which was right here. And then collecting my spells. So I'm being very, very strict. And pretty much only playing if I'm recording. It's kind of the purpose of this project / experiment. So even though I'm AFK camping right now, I am recording. But if I were to say, have I looked it up? No to that too. Because a lot of the information I get is from the P99 wiki, which, since this is TAKP, I think a lot of it doesn't apply to Project Quarm. Skullcat said, I don't remember what level they are, but they might be a bit low for you now. True. During the 25-year anniversary event a couple days ago when I was level 13, the Will-O-Wisp was blue. I would still farm it, not so much for the XP, but for the greater light stones. I am notorious for being very lucky when it comes to finding consecutive drops of exactly what I'm looking for. That's my story, and I'm going to stick to it so that it keeps happening. But yeah. I have not. I do want to go. I want to go just so I can be by the beach. I enjoy, like this, for example, being by the ocean. Listening to that sound in the background. And, yeah. I definitely want to go to Irud's Crossing and farm some of those will-o-wisps. Let's go. I'm just going to call you Cat. Cat said, LOL, that's a nice superpower. What's a nice superpower? I don't remember. What did I say a moment ago? That's definitely not one of my superpowers. Remembering what I said 2 seconds ago. What did I say?
Have you seen this, Jasmine? Ashes. Scared? It's kind of hot.
That looks really good.
Hey, Monty. Right here. Like, I can really see the heat warble. It's interesting, like, whatever I'm going over, right there. I would say I would not be subtle with that thing at all. It's like the opposite of everything else. If it's making stuff shiny, I'm like, oh, please be gentle. With heat shimmer, I'm like, just make that shit shimmer.
Oh, Dodger and Skullcat. Yeah, both of you. That's a nice superpower. Dodger said finding greater light stones, and Skullcat said being lucky with finding drops you want. Yes, yes. It is a superpower. And so I'll give you an example. It was the other day when I was recording when I was in Crushbone, and I was like, you know what we're going to do today? We're going to collect some belts. Matter of fact, let's see if this guy has one for us. And I was like, boom, he had a belt. And I felt like I was on Oprah's show. It's like, you get a belt, you get a belt, you get a belt. Like, everybody was just handing me belts. It's almost like my pants were falling off.
Oh, there we go. There it's shimmering.
So that's the secret, guys. If you want to always get the drops that you're looking for, you just have to record and live stream. That's it. That's the secret.
Is there a spell to be able to swim in the lava and kill lava piranhas or whatever monsters live in the lava? There could be.
All right, I'm going to scrub through this because I have a lot of videos to go through. All right, so this is the snow biome.
Well, using like drops. Yeah, I think it's drops. The drops app. It's fun because it builds vocabulary. So
Dodger says drops seem much better on Quarm. Yeah, might be. I think so. I think, you know, the thing about Quarm is it's not trying to be ultra classic. So it's okay to make drops happen a little bit more often than they would on, say, on the green server. I don't know if that's true, but it sure does feel that way. Meaning, I don't know if it's like an actual fact that drops happen more frequently here versus on the green server. But it does feel that way. I agree.
So my treat to myself, whenever I finish my German lesson, I've started doing Spanish as a treat to myself. And so when you said dogs, it's one of my first words that I was learning. I don't know if I'll get it right though. Could have sworn it as el perro.
All right, so I don't necessarily remember the drops being so frequent, but I definitely don't remember fizzling so much. I mean, look at this. Look at this. Here, just in case you can't see it. Look at all these fizzles. Have you ever seen anything like that before? Like, I get it. My conjuration is at 5. And I'm doing this so I can level up my... But that's crazy. That's really crazy. And it is super slow to go up. Let me try something. I don't think this is going to make a difference, but yeah, stamina and charisma isn't going to help with that. I think agility is what helps with skilling up, which is weird because what elves have really high agility? Dodger said that's where the drops come from, all the fizzles. Makes perfect sense now. Oh, look at that. We're up to level 6. Jeez, man. We're making progress. All right, we're out of mana again. Let's see. LSDW trees. What's your sleep schedule? What? Well, I only partially understood that question because I understand the word what is and then sleep. Your and schedule, I'm not familiar with those two words. So what's sleep? Never heard of it. Jokes aside, to answer your question, extremely erratic. Skullcat said, it's the higher of either wisdom or intelligence. Oh, okay, so it depends on, well, again, wisdom 120. This doesn't make any sense. And then Skullcat said dexterity for combat skills. Okay, so combat skills, if you have higher dexterity, then those level up faster the higher dexterity is. And then wisdom or intelligence affects how quickly your level ups. Skullcat said, I think. Oh, okay, so I just said all that and I don't even know if it's true. Thank you, Skullcat. We'll be right back after this commercial break. The more you know. Do 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 do. That was the rainbow. Sorry. This is what happens when you do not sleep. Press play, save yourself.
I can't do the R at all. Perro in Spanish, yes. Awesome.
Is he talking about like the R in Spanish, like perro? He can't roll his R's. Come on, Sean. It's perro, por favor. Ay. Puchica. Ay, nombre. Okay, Skullcat said, no problem. I'm here to help and eat pickles. Hey, man. As long as you're sharing them pickles, we're good. It's all family.
So my treat for myself for doing homework is more homework. Yes, but it's just it's a language I've been wanting to learn forever. And Jasmine speaks Spanish, so she can correct some of my words. Jasmine's now she'll say that her Spanish isn't that good, but it was good enough for her to like. She spent a couple months. She went to do some volunteer dentistry when I first met her. Like right after I first met her, she left to go to Colombia and Peru to do some volunteer dentistry and then to just kind of chill out and explore. So her Spanish is pretty good. She's always studying a language. She's working on Russian right now. She's now fluent in Swedish, decent Spanish, some French. English is ridiculous.
That's actually really cool. That his lady person is learning all those languages. You know, not too long ago, that was completely normal in any culture. Like people would learn multiple languages: French, German, Russian, obviously English. I used to know Spanish, but now I'm down to only 2 languages. English, Russian, and gibberish. I speak fluent gibberish. And Pig Latin. But I dang da dang da dung da dang. Just, I haven't heard of that in so long. Who says Pig Latin? I remember growing up in school and the girls would always talk to themselves in Pig Latin, and you literally couldn't understand what they were saying. I'm like, did y'all really spend? Are you guys just saying gibberish, or are you actually saying something? And they were actually saying something. They'd hold a whole conversation with each other. It's nuts. But yeah, good for her for learning other languages. I should speak fluent Spanish by now, considering my wife's background is from a Spanish-speaking country.
Your languages, babe. Yeah, your English vocabulary is crazy. So, you guys were saying black and white zone. Pattis, do you wanna talk through what you're shooting for here?
All right, let's take a note here.
Pattis was going for a wintry look.
Well, duh. Okay, 1 hour 25 minutes in.
Do not make fun of my hood.
Is that a statue? Oh, I thought that was a statue, but that was just a tree. Your R rolling is excellent. You know, it's funny you say that. When I was younger, because I was before I immigrated to the United States, I was born originally in Russia, and when we moved here, my mom made sure that I had a tutor, and one of the things that I couldn't do when I was younger is I couldn't roll my R's, so I'd be like, excelente, right? And so one of the things my tutor trained me on is rolling my R's. You know, she would take away rations of food from me, you know, old-fashioned communist style, if I didn't roll my R's properly. So I learned pretty quickly that if I don't roll my R's, I don't get my weekly ration of food. Oh gosh, I'm joking. I'm joking. It wasn't food that was being rationed. It was water. But yeah, definitely taught me to roll my R's properly. And then, of course, my wife speaks Spanish, so got to know how to roll your R's. Excelente.
Said a winter forest.
All right, so I'm going to skip through this. There's nothing here. No offense, but I have so many of these videos to go through, and there's no way. Okay, 1 hour, 30 minutes, he goes into the plains.
So for those of you that don't know, if you're new here or whatever, Robert Helsinki in chat is the person who's made the music that we've been listening to. Miklas says, maybe it's just me, but those trees look a bit hi-fi. Yeah, so again, keep in mind that this was a quick 3-week process of seeing, can we get it sort of 80% right and then tweak things. So there are going to be a number of details that you see where we're like, oh, maybe that's in progress.
Pretty much. Skullcat said your
Justin
wife...
made it to McDonald's.
Skullcat said your wife speaks Spanish, but you forgot how to. Skullcat said convenient excuse to pretend not to understand what she's saying. Oh, I understand everything they're saying. But no, so Spanish is not my first language. I butchered Spanish when I was in high school. I basically goofed around during class, and even though Yeah, I lived in the Northeast, so I was surrounded by every kind of background you can imagine, right? So everything from the North Pole, the South Pole, the Far East, the Far West. And I was always infatuated by other people's languages. So like even like in high school, like I had Persian friends and they spoke Farsi. I had Arabic friends where they spoke Arabic. I learned some Korean during that time, and what other languages? I love Korean. Korean was really cool. Chinese was cool, but it was like it was difficult and it was like very harsh for me. What other languages? So I covered Farsi, I covered Arabic, I covered Korean. What else? There was something else. I tried French, hated it. I was terrible at it. It's not that I hated the language, I was just terrible at it. German, no comment on that. I wasn't really good at that either. Yeah, for some reason, like the Middle Eastern and Asian languages, dialects, those really were easier for me to learn. But the European ones, like, which is kind of, backwards when you think about it. I can read in Cyrillic and read and write in Cyrillic and speak in Russian. So if anything, German and French and all those other Romance languages should be easier for me. But they just never stuck with me. And the same thing goes for Spanish. So like I learned Spanish at a certain time, could speak basic sentences, and then I kind of just gave up on it for some reason. Klingon. Yes, Klingon. That was actually one of my first languages when I landed on this planet. LSDW Trees says, work smarter, not harder. Sergeant Dodger says, obviously not Egyptian. Skullcat said, Klingon. All right, yep, 100%. And Elvish, that is my first language for sure.
Oh, it's nice. Yeah, so I think it was last week I hopped in here and was like just playing around with different fog settings and stuff, and it's amazing how much you can get, how much variety you can get out of some different fog settings, not even counting like different textures. And Monty, was this your scale, man? Ah, it is cool. But yeah, one of the things that Monty was exploring in this that is interesting is basically a new way for us to create our terrain and then de-res it in a way where it feels like our old school, like chunky vibe, while leveraging the benefits of texture blending and the speed from building it in the way that he built it. If I'm saying that correctly, let me know. Cool. So it'd be nice, as we're talking about basically the zones that we want to get done for the rest of proof of concept, the approach is really going to help. One of the things that he's playing with, but we don't have in to show yet, is taking the same approach and doing that for one of our underworld zones, our deep zones, seeing if we can basically get the same benefits creating that terrain, which will be really, really good for us, because we want the world, each individual zone may not wind up being as huge as some of them are at the moment. This is something that Ali, Nick, and I were talking about earlier, but we do want to have that sense of it being an epic journey when you're going from one city to another city.
Really quick, Xstol said, evening, Draekos. Good evening, sir. Hope you're doing well. And Skullcat said, sadly, I only speak common tongue. That's quite all right. Common tongue is the best tongue.
You're out there, you know, you're on a ship or whatever. We want to recapture that just sense of like actually being through or going through the world. So if we find that this pipeline allows us to move pretty quickly on creating the outdoor zones and the deep zones, that'll be really nice for us. Then it'll just be a matter of getting the points of interest and stuff like that plugged in. So
all right, so I'm actually going to make a note of that. So, because right there he's talking about the workflow.
Monty said,
Oh, by the way, really quick, for anyone just joining, like Extol, this is what I'm normally doing when I'm not recording. Over the past 25 years, I'll do AFK camps and I'll just completely multitask or do something else. So I'm doing some research right now on previous M&M videos, taking notes. I'm going to take those notes, I'm going to write a script, and then I'm going to make a video about it. You know, just some recent updates on Monsters and Memories. So yeah, I figured I'd, instead of doing it offline, I'm going to stick to my habit of trying to record my entire playthrough, even if it means you having to watch me doing my AFK business. So that's what I'm doing right now, just fooling around, watching Sean talk about the biome update. This is like from 2 months ago, so I need to move on to the next video if I'm ever going to get through this. And camping my Alluring Sirens. So that's what we're doing tonight.
this works really well with modular cliffs too. The shaders make everything cohesive and fast to make. I've been really pleased with all the stuff you guys have been doing. Like, you look at the mountains in the background and you know, the terrain and all that stuff, just in all of the spiky bits and bobs that Harrison had in the lava zone. It's all really encouraging, to be honest, because I could actually picture, maybe when we go into Vale of Zentar, I could actually picture that having some nice, as it progresses towards the end, having some being craggier and having those like grabby sort of spiky curved pillars and stuff that we saw in the lava zone. All of that sort of go up through some like badlands into the green. So there'll be some stuff that we're talking about on the team in the next week or two, if I had to guess, about what we may want to do, some course adjustment on some of our thinking on some of the zones and stuff, and where to progress as we move through the proof of concept. So
All right, this is going to
Return
be
of the Jedi. Somebody
this is going to be my favorite part of this particular stream. So 144. We're going to call this the Wood Elf City. Are you involved with Eminem other than fandom and video crafting? Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm just a fanboy. I have nothing to do with Eminem. Absolutely just a fanboy. So what's interesting about your question is I first of all, I enjoy making videos, period. I've been in and out of YouTube for personal reasons and non-game related for like 10 years, and then I didn't do it again, mainly because I didn't have a powerful enough PC. And then when Pantheon first got announced in 2014, back when Brad was around, I got very excited. I'm like, man, I would love to do like videos covering this, right? Well, fast forward 10 years and finally got myself a good PC, got my like equipment like for recording and all this other stuff, because I used to also dabble with music. I found out about Eminem and I'm like, well, this is great. I would love to make videos about this, and at the same time record my EverQuest journey, right? So it's a combination of EverQuest and Monsters and Memories. So that's pretty much what I do on my YouTube channel. And to be honest, it's everything I do here. I'm very surprised anyone's even in here right now, because my intention for making this is ease of the workflow. You can just hit record, go live. YouTube basically stores it on their cloud, right? And then I can rewatch this later. I was not expecting to have like anyone watching these videos, let alone like 250 some subscribers. It's like, who are these people and why are they watching my stuff? You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm a fanboy, to answer your question. Let's see, 1 hour, 44 minutes. So this is what I like to call the wood elf biome. So this is my favorite part of this stream.
Somebody else made that comment recently. You heard it in your head because the visuals are so evocative. It's possible, man. But I swear, I thought I heard some like foresty sounds. And then it started raining and it was so relaxing. So Bill, who's been doing our props in Night Harbor and other areas, has been the one setting this up. Kella thick. Holy shit, Nasaba.
Oh my gosh, Kella thin, Kella thick. That is funny.
Oh.
Oh gosh, that was a good one.
Kella thick.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh my god.
Oh gosh. Oh, that looks so good though. Look at that. Well, thank you. I see you there, Leslie. You have a talent for it. That's why you drew a crowd, I think. Well, I appreciate it. All I got to say is I hope I don't draw too much of any kind of crowd. You know, 99.9% of everyone that's been here is very nice and positive, but, you know, there's always trolls behind the trees. Creeping around. Haven't run into any trolls yet, so I'm not complaining.
What time is it in here? It is
I'm telling you, Skullcat, it looks
it's
so
5
cool.
p.m. so the sun's just going down.
So, dude, I'm telling you, this is gonna be so great. Like, and you know what's cool about this? Their designer like threw this together within like probably a couple days. Like, these aren't the final textures. It's not the final build. The platforms are probably going to look different. There's probably going to be a lot of different points of interest. It's just yeah. Xtol, as Sergeant Dodger said, Xtol is a troll. That is actually 100% true. Xtol is a troll. Yeah, you are a troll. That is an absolute fact. But you're a good troll, and you know, for a troll, you're also a really good tank. When we were in Kern's Tower, I think you were the most powerful troll in that zone. So, well done, chap.
$8 p.m. to get the crickets. Okay, that's what's up. If we made a short furry humanoid race for the forest, but they're not friendly, will we get in trouble for it? It depends on what they look like. Eater said this game is looking amazing. Right on, we appreciate it. Well, Goblin concepted some furry frogs.
I know it's you. Come on, Hypto. Silly goose. All right, I gotta be right back, but I'm not gonna turn the video off.
Yeah, Nick, I was gonna try to find a couple of these little like cavey. There's a couple like areas where you can kind of go under the rocks or in the rocks in a cave, and then I was gonna fly up onto the city. And then one of the other things that Bilth is wanting to do is we've got these wisps up here that will be moving around. Yeah, so I just wanted to, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I definitely wanted to show off the, there's some spots. And maybe it's somewhere else, but there was essentially where he had set up like some of these rocks. There's just some nice like things where you could go under the rocks, and it felt really woodsy to me, because whenever we're in the forest, it's not just the trees that make the feel. It really is like that. Will there be smaller trees too? Yeah, there will be. There's one coming up actually. There's the terrain and stuff. You know, I think it's up here. I think we're flying towards it. Would love to see Goblin's concept for wood side by side with the environment. See how close he nailed it.
All right. I need to move on to the next video, or else I'll never get anything done. Oh, well, actually, I'll play this part. Trees says, these names all sound familiar, but I'm old and can never remember who I've grouped with. Oh, I guarantee you we've all probably ran into each other. Well, you've probably ran into everyone except for me, because I'm like the lowest level out of the entire crowd. Like, I'm notorious for leveling at a snail's pace in like any MMO. I'm like that MMO player where I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go level up a squirrel. All right, no. Focus. This time for real. Squirrel. All right, this time for real. I'm good. Squirrel. I literally stop and smell the roses everywhere I go.
Ah. Oh shit, there's no collision. I went right through the tree. I was trying to jump on a mushroom. Chicken of the forest. Save me. Multi-level zones seem to always provide the most of the senses that are required to have a sense of adventure. Well, I think what it also does is, for me at least, a multi-level zone or zones with good verticality ignore the Velcro noise in the background. Jasmine's playing with her new gun belt, which is an odd thing to say in Germany. Let's see, the thing that I get from like verticality in games like this is one of the things that's kind of feels bad, to me at least, is if a zone just feels like the terrain was just sort of like not even procedurally, because it doesn't have to be procedural, right? Like I've seen hype maps done where an artist will just come in and like go black and white and then whatever, you know, then it just kind of generates some mashed potatoes, and then you stuff stuff on top of it. You give it some wall layoffs, and yeah, okay, we're at 6,000 in the first month. Some of the budgets for some of these games, and
All right, I think I'm officially ready to move on to the next video. So that video was from January 30th. Now we're going to go to February 1st.
all right. A couple minutes early, but that's good. That is good. I really shouldn't open this Red Bull.
Trees says you've talked about languages, music, gaming, videography. Yeah, I sense you weren't much for staying on one thing. Yeah. It's like one of those things where you never finish what you started. You do a little bit of everything. What do they call it? Jack of all trades, master of none. I'm more of like I'm a Bob of all trades. I wouldn't even call myself a Jack of all trades. Or a Billy Bob of all trades. Master of none.
7:49 p.m. Red Bull. Let's see. Bot has notified my...
All right, so this one he's also going to talk about biomes. Let's skip through this. All right, keep going.
We need to get an actual legit GM fly animation. 1,000 concurrents. Then imagine plopping a campfire down up there. Isn't it? It's about me talking about goblin dongs. I'm speaking to you from the past, but I know you're there in the future. I can sense you watching this now.
What did I just step into?
So if you look here,
Okay.
it's doing this right here, right?
All right, so we already covered this topic, so let me skip through to the next video. So. All right, we're going to skip to February 6th. Whoops.
All right, we are live. And delicious. All right. And thank you for watching the VOD if you're out there.
Oh, we're out here, all right.
Today, but let's go ahead and get Unity rolling. Looking over at the dashboard for Twitch. Vumbra, thank you for following yesterday for like the 18th time, and then 16 hours ago again for like the 19th time.
All right, so we're actually making some good let me try to speak proper English. We're making progress. We're making some good progress. So 34% of the way to level 15, but I need to start making some better progress scrubbing through these videos if I want to actually have a script to write by tomorrow.
Art just always shows so much better when you're seeing it on video rather than screenshots. So we're gonna put a little video together for you and show off the biome jam biomes. Goblin said,
Oh, okay, so this is before they even uploaded the biojam. All right, you know what? I gotta skip through this more. Yep, we're skipping this one too.
all right, good evening, everybody. Or whenever you're watching this. I don't know. If you're watching the VOD, it could be whatever.
Dodger said, okay, we can scratch English off that list now. Yes. I think my English fuel tank is empty.
I hope whenever it is, you're having a good one. And yeah, it is Friday. Like actually Friday, not my Thursday Friday, but it is Friday. So that's pretty cool. Oh man, I've got to upload VODs. I am so behind. You know what I may do this weekend is I may upload and basically just post every stream that doesn't have a VOD. I may just post all of them and get caught up. Maybe I'll do that. Hey Taled, what's going on, buddy? Yeah, that might be a thing to do. And then just try to stay on top of them. Dark Inside says, good afternoon, just about to buy Pal World. Right on, do it. What's up, Dark Inside?
All right, let's go ahead and skip through this.
Bela says, I bought Pal World. You enjoying it? I'm amped for those guys. They've made a grip of cash. I asked because when I was in the army, I had surgery while I was in and couldn't do the usual stuff that we were doing for a few months, like leading into it. And then, oh wait, actually it was after the surgery, because I forgot that I was working all the way up until surgery because the dipshit I couldn't march, couldn't do a bunch of stuff. Malance, so you were at Bragg 4 years. What was your? We need everybody to buy the same monitor, please. In different zones, we're gonna have like really gnarly render distance, and then other zones you won't be able to see 10 feet in front of your face. So it's gonna depend on the zone. We'll also be dealing aggressively with people that are overly tattletale. Like that person that's always petitioning everybody. I swear he's a bot. Just, Timmy, stop petitioning or we're going to give you a timeout. Are referring to the official don't be a D-posse, sir. Yeah. Yeah, just be cool, man. There's another way to say it. Just be cool. Respect the community. Flood alerts. That's no good, Liz. That is some far render distance. Yeah, in different zones, we're gonna have like really gnarly render distance, and then other zones you won't be able to see 10 feet in front of your face. So it's gonna depend on the zone. Tiggle said no specifics needed, but are you aiming for an automated approach, anti-cheat, or a personal-based approach, GM team? I think we're going to try to, I think I already hit this, but yeah, just to reiterate. We'll automate as much as possible. We'll also automate flagging and data for GMCUs as much as possible, and then a lot of it's just going to be. I played on Sulon for a bit. I still have a screenshot. I took a screenshot of my gnome on SC. Yep, Talon's Eq was PvP. It was team PvP. So let me scroll back up. So Goblin, my opinion on band waves is
So right now it sounds like they're talking about like server rule sets and petitioning and banning and all that business jazz. So I'm not really going to be covering that in my video. So I will say he's been running for a very long time.
Discord server.
So what I might do, I'm going to use some of this footage right here and time lapse it of like him running. So like one of the things I might mention in the video is like, you know, how massive the zones are, and it's like as I'm narrating or talking or speaking my little monologue, I'll like show like a clip of this, a clip of that, and this will be like a clip of this little gnome running through the desert for a very, very long time. So let me just make a note. From 7 minutes in. All right, so from 7 minutes, he keeps running until about 59 minutes. All right. Gosh, I'm getting all tangled. All right.
Discord server contacts and EQ was a hardcore short-term PvP server in EQ with a contest to be the highest level by the end of the time period. If you died, your character got deleted. Story goes that they used it as a honeypot to observe cheating because they knew every cheater would try to observe and try and win an item named after them. Ooh, that reminds me of a good point. And yeah.
Oh, Dodger, great question. So, sorry, my peripheral vision was just playing tricks on me, but it was just my eyelash. I was like, who are you? Okay. If I start seeing things, then I know it's time for bed. All right. So Dodger asked a good question. He said, is there going to be zone loading or will it be seamless? Very good question. And I'm pleased to announce that there is going to be zone loading, and it's done by design. So, I think most MMOs nowadays are, for the most part, seamless, and that's kind of like a feature, right? In Monsters and Memories, the loading zone, like individual zones and loading from zone to zone, is actually going to be a feature for Monsters and Memories and for the playstyle, because it's going to match more of the classic EverQuest type of style of gameplay. So for example, instead of like with a lot of modern MMOs, like if you attack a mob, they have like the latching mechanism or whatever it's called. So you run far enough away and then they get tired of you and they go on. Well, in EverQuest says, you know, once something aggroes you, they'll chase you all the way across the zone until you make it to the zone line, right? So it's going to be a similar experience with Monsters and Memories. So what that means is if you get in trouble, you get out to zone. It means there's going to be trains. It means there's going to be, you know, complicated corpse runs, you know, dragging the corpse to the zone line, like all of that stuff, you know. They're preserving that classic gameplay loop. Leash, yes, Dodger, thank you. There's not going to be any leashing. It's going to be pretty much what you see is what you get, and if you get too much, then you better run to the zone line.
Yeah, I guess that.
But the difference is, and this is what blew me away, the zones, some of the zones in Monsters and Memories are absolutely ginormous. Like I was looking at an aerial shot. I had some behind the scenes, and so let me put it into perspective. South Row, Oasis of Mar, and North Row, and I would even squeeze in East and West Commonlands. Imagine that as one big seamless zone. And that's just one zone, right? So, yeah. But then there's going to be smaller zones, which is like a dungeon, or maybe it's just like a canyon. The city might be broken up into two zones for whatever reason. It's going to vary. They're going to do what makes sense for that specific zone. So each zone is not going to be the same size. I think he mentioned that a little bit in one of these videos.
That makes sense. The thing that I always fail to mention about the first game that I worked on in Germany, that weird PvP game, there was a 10,000 euro tournament every month. So the number of cheaters that we had in that game, I always forget this. That little detail is actually has massive implications as to why there was such gnarly cheating and hack attempts and everything on that game and in our company. It was a 10,000 euro a month tournament where they would have basically just a Tiggle said, let me get running while we do this. Tiggle said, PvP is really hard to make good. People really don't want to PvP. They just want to beat people. And when they can't, they just quit. If you have item loot, then you have people who only log in when they know they will win and become ultra risk averse. It discourages PvP. Don't know how to fix that. I liked the tag system on Sulan, if I remember correctly. Zukin said, Goblin would be cool if it was fluid and players could use some diplomacy features to set who they wanted as ally or enemy. Oh, that would be interesting. Okay, he's continuing. Zukin says, like, maybe it starts off as evil races against good races, but they could agree to become allies with a particular race if they wanted. That might be interesting. Goblin's response. I mentioned something like that to Sean about high-level players having influence at like a high table or something to choose alignments, diplomacy. Would enjoy diplomacy stuff. Well, if it was just open PvP, if it was open PvP, it would just be chaos, I guess. Because I was gonna say if it's like,
I mean, this is a good conversation, but I really can't get anything from this right now, so I'm going to skip through it because I'm not going to be talking about features that aren't guaranteed to be in the game. They're definitely going to have a PvP server, but as for rule sets and how they're going to implement it, like all of that is subject to change. So I'm not gonna touch hot topics like that.
Because you can already build up. I can get on board with.
Which is what I love about all these streams is that, you know, they're spitballing ideas, right?
That I could get on board with that for sure.
Get on board with what?
Man, that made me think about like there's something during that period like playing that was in my spirit that you know felt different. I don't know if that could ever be recaptured. Whoops. Let me recast so I don't lose my buff. I don't think I will lose my buff, but I like the Sulanzek kind of tab system, right? Again, in that case, it is one of those things. I do think the tabs had a cooldown on them, right? So that you couldn't farm. But then again, even without rewards, I don't know. There's just something rugged and there's something, if you take, let's ignore the fact that I just said no item loot, but there is something about playing a Ixar on Ralos that felt right to me. Like I played a Ixar Necromancer on Ralos, and I remember going down the field of bone and constantly just looking at everybody else like, are you assholes gonna kill me? You know what I mean? Like it was just always, you were always on.
Yep, I remember that. I think I was on Talonzek.
All right, so let's reset and run. Man, that made me think about like there's something during that period like playing that was in my spirit that you know felt different. I don't know if that could ever be recaptured.
I think Monsters and Memories is going to capture that feeling. Look at that. See, now we're cooking with bacon. I got up to 11 conjuration. My foreign side is coming out because my idioms are terrible. Now we're cooking with bacon. That's who says that? It's not what you say. You say now we're cooking with gas or whatever it's called. Dodger, you're a pure blood American. What's the proper way of saying it? Now we're cooking with fuel. It's not. It's not. Now we're cooking with bacon. I think that's my stomach speaking. Now we're cooking with bacon. Bacon, eggs, and ham. And cheese. Oh, gosh. Oh, my gosh. All right, let's keep going. Cooking. Dodger said cooking with gas, but cooking with bacon sounds pretty American to me. LSDW Trees says, LOL, good night all. Yeah, it's about that time, but have a great night. Thanks for hanging out. I'm going to stick around for a bit more. Hopefully just finish this up already. He's still running, dude.
Hate to waste your time, buddy. At his own drugs. You know, it's a little. It's about tapping into. There's like an
Okay.
replay the game.
All right.
But you're gonna have to sign a form up front.
All right. So this is the February 9th video. Long form conversation about long form open convo. Server nostalgia PvP, etc. All right, so there's nothing really I'm gonna take from this video except for maybe some footage. Next video, February 15th is the next video. February 15th.
There's some complaints about potential customer service or it being a bit of a closed ecosystem or whatever, but it looks like there's already third parties making parts for it and stuff. So yeah, but the big claim to fame was like you just turn it on and it pretty much does what you want it to do, and it doesn't like spool plastic everywhere and shit. All right, so I just started the stream.
Spaghetti party.
And I'm just gonna say hello if you're watching the VOD, welcome. Yeah, I mean, I think that's all you need if you're watching the VOD. You probably have seen one of these before. I'm gonna go back to talking to Simon. Simon's here. We may not be talking just about work, so you know how it is. Ollie, you are first. But yeah, so Simon and I were just talking 3D printers while I was loading stuff up. And let me hop into the map and look, and then I'll also share screen in the huddle. That may help.
Yeah, I can also watch the stream here, Sean.
Can you? Let's see.
All right, looks like this video is actually one of their huddles. So this is the February 15th video, right? I really don't like the way Twitch does this, man. It doesn't tell me what day it is. I mean, it does, but not on the screen I'm looking at right now. All right, February 15.
Can you draw my screen right now? Can I draw my screen? I can. Hey,
Let's see.
DDJ. Lit. Rooms. I need a brand new bathroom. I don't like touching the floor. I don't want to stand anywhere.
That's really cool. That's massive. That's one single zone.
Have room at your place? Okay. Couple couches, recliner. How new is your place? Like, I'm a prima donna. I get really grossed out about like old bathrooms. I need a brand new bathroom. I don't.
All right, so I'm not sure what zone that is, but at 5 minutes, 5:48.
like touching. Or because the one that I liked has got these nice metal. Zukin, Ali is signing you up to it's $19.99 because all this stuff is just dwarfed by the space. And then, you know, if we want to maintain a little something like this, then we can just bring it up and do the same thing that used to back in the day exist. The entrance.
Right. And this was the cultist hideout, right? That cave system?
Yeah, it was just I mean, all I did, it wasn't official. I stole the hidden cave system out of Night Harbor and put it in here as a placeholder.
Okay. That's why it looks familiar.
Yeah.
And just a note about that crystal shader. That's not final.
Okay.
I'm probably going to have to enlist the help of Monty and company to actually push that into the end zone.
Okay. And I'll follow up a little bit on I'll follow up offline on the some of the thoughts on the use of the crystals and the use of the glass as well. Little pockets here and there, like little over here. Before, when we're blocking stuff in, it's easy to just grab something and copy paste, just so that in theory, you know, on the design side, it's easy to grab something and put it in its placeholder, because then when I'm talking to Art, or when we're talking to Art, you know, folks like Simon and Pattis, etc., can look and go, oh, okay, that's what you intended. I would say I would defer to Simon. If we're doing a simple, like, say we're doing a simple 3-4 room cave setup, would you feel like you get a big benefit out of just reusing, or would you just, since it's smaller, want to like just make one that's original really quickly?
Yeah, it's pretty quick with Pro Builder. So Brandon and I were previously having a conversation about whether or not we should include some procedural geometry that we could reuse, but with Pro Builder, it's probably just as quick to just drag out a few boxes and customize them as you like.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think there's something about, you know, it's not too big a deal if you go into, especially if we're in an overland zone and we've got like little pockets here and there, like little caves, and you go in and you kind of notice, because eventually they'll be mapped, right? Like, and so when you look at the map, like if you're on P99 and you're looking, or sorry, like if you're looking at the P99 wiki and you see on a map that some geo's been reused, it's probably not going to be the end of the world. We're not going to look at it and be like, oh man, getting ripped off. So some reuse is probably fine, and it's like there's only so many configurations that a dungeon could be in, but I do think the more that stuff feels one-off and handcrafted, if it's not costing a bunch of time, the better. Just because those...
That's a good point. So 28 minutes in, handcrafted design. So it's good to hear that they have a workflow down where it's, in some cases, it's easier just to push some of the low polys together and create something new instead of having to copy and paste. Obviously, from a development standpoint, I mean, even if you're doing, like when I'm doing video editing, 100% reusing assets when possible. In Photoshop, same thing. So, but hearing him say that is really cool.
Little things add up. I believe they add up subconsciously, because we're always doing pattern recognition, right?
Yep.
Like, wasn't that like part of the premise of Raph Spoke on Fun. So if you're starting to always see the patterns in what we're doing, then it kind of maybe cheapens it a bit. And I think that's one of the reasons why like Classic EQ.
Yep.
Before we started doing more and more kind of not prefabby, modular kind of design, which, you know, when we're working on a game, we're always trying to find efficiency. So it's like, how do we do this faster, better, blah, 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 so we can make more content for you. But on the flip side, in doing that, I think we wind up shooting ourselves in the foot a little bit, because it starts to look like it's copy paste, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, but there's a lot of shit like ruins and these crystals or whatever. If we do, say we do a subterranean mine later,
Yeah. Xtol said, man, I'm so excited for Eminem. Dude, I'm so excited. And the whole reason I'm preparing to make this video is because they're going to have that major announcement soon. So, you know, by the time people find that video and the updates, whatever they decide to post for April, I just want to, you know, make sure that there's a diversity of content online for people to watch, you know. I'm sure Redbeard Flynn is probably going to make a video. Nathan Napalm is probably going to make a video. What's that lady's name? Oh, gosh. I know who I'm talking about. I just can't remember right now because it's late. Sparrow is probably going to make a video. So, you know, I think it's going to be a combined effort. If we can all just individually put together this kind of content, it's going to help get the word out. And the more excitement, the better. I think it's going to feed into positive energy for their project. And that in and by itself is going to be confirming their proof of concept, right? So, and this is all great stuff. I mean, these VODs, if you sit here and listen to the way these guys talk, it's like talking into a mirror. It's like everything that we would imagine doing is what they're doing.
Whatever. Say we do a mine later and there's tons of crystals in the mine. Like, should we make all new crystals for that? No. You know, we may grab them and group them differently, or we may even do that now, you know, but like the effect is such that it's like, all right, these crystals are good crystals. We don't need to make unique crystals in every zone, that type of thing, right? And so I think it's going to be that mix of reuse of certain assets, which to me the assets tend to become like symbols in a sense, right? Like a barrel is a symbol for a barrel, a crystal is a symbol for a crystal, and it doesn't need to be like a unique crystal depending on the, you know, every time you go into a zone, you don't need to see an absolutely new barrel or crystal, because your brain just chunks it as, okay, I know what that is. But in the environment side, I think if the environments start to feel pretty copy-pasty, then your brain's kind of going, okay, but then, you know, what is my unique experience in here? Like, what is making me sort of stay on my toes, and what is exciting the part of my brain that hasn't seen this, you know, that's looking for a pattern it hasn't seen before. So to D-Love's Pudding suggestion of, he said his suggestion was to build dungeons and modules so that you can mix and combine them later. Yeah, I mean, we kind of do that inherently in developing a theme, right? And so the degree of modularity within a given theme is going to come down to just kind of how the individual artists approach making it feel as handcrafted as possible without just blowing the you know, the budget on in terms of time.
Yeah, I agree. Look, like that's been our goal since day one.
Yeah, and honestly, I think you guys have done a good job on that. For us, I think time-wise, like making stuff feel unique or in handcraft and stuff hasn't been the thing that like gets us on time. There may be some workflow. So some of the things that we'd be looking at, we're gonna look at in terms of improving just kind of like our efficiency. I don't want to say effectiveness. Of efficiency is, can we, and we've been working with Nicodemus on this. Can we do a better job of providing like more direction going into a new zone? Because the process in my experience varies between, hey artists, here's one paragraph, please go make a zone and we'll start checking in as you go. Or sometimes it'll be like, hey guys, here's a really cool, ultra detailed map, and then everything in between. Like, here's a map with 4 blurbs, and we want a POI roughly here, and this is here, and that's there. And, that's just kind of the process. Other companies do it other ways. Some companies get very, very specific and very detailed and do mini iterations on a map and then gray box it and all this other shit. But they're also capable of spending 4 or 5 months on every zone. And if we do that, we're not going to have very many zones. So, so that's one thing. I think.
Yeah, definitely. And that recent map Nicodemus made was fantastic.
I'm hoping the maps wind up being helpful. The one concern I have with maps always is the one concern that I have with maps is that they become too literal sometimes, and so we're gonna have to find like, we'll have to have that kind of, we'll still have the discussion of, hey, the map is showing this, but let's get in and actually look and go, is this really that far? Hey, is the scale correct? That kind of stuff. These zones are super big as well, which is another, I think, challenge for you guys. It's not making a big zone isn't the challenge, but filling a big zone is. So we'll continue to play with that.
Yeah.
How long do we think
fun.
a zone takes to make? Simon, how long do you think an outdoor zone takes to make?
Honestly, it depends. Like Sungreet was the last zone I worked on, and that zone probably took longer than it should have, just because I was somewhat inexperienced with using Pro Builder to make large terrain elements. So I think Sungreet ultimately ended up taking 3 months, but I could probably get that number down to a month now that I'm a little more familiar with the tools and finding out what works and what doesn't.
All right, that was a good little bean there from a development standpoint. So we talked about creating efficiencies starting at around 34 minutes in. And then Simon mentioned 37 minutes in. Zone building. Even though I'm quoting him on that, I'm not going to quote him on that. But, the point is, not only do they have the vision, but they're forward thinking of, okay, how do we do this to make it make sense so that we can actually fill up this world and not just, 10 years later, not have a functioning game.
So I told Sean early on that I thought Glass Flats would probably take a month to 2 months, and I don't think that's far off.
Yeah, and I think the thing that'll just eat up a little bit of time here is like with most things, just sort of the iteration and back and forth, and like, hey, I see you've got this, but what if we change that now, right? Like that kind of shit. So I mean, if we shoot for our outdoor zones, if we shoot for like a month and we land in like a month and a half, 2 months, but are able to nail the POIs. I think, you know, some of these will benefit from some concepting, and
Dodger said, you're just excited to kill different kinds of gnolls. Yep.
before we even tackle them, and then it's like, okay, we know what the Citadel looks like, and that'll save us time in other zones as well, like the floating Citadel over Vale of Zentar, and then we steal some, you know what I mean? Like we know what it is over here. Yeah, so anyways, I could see where we'll find some efficiencies as we go, and just the more we can front load answers to various questions, whether that be maps, concepts, etc., the more we can kind of stay on that trajectory time-wise.
Yeah, definitely. And the great part is, like, you had previously provided a first iteration of this zone, so that made it like really easy for me to come in and
We don't do a lot of big team meetings. It's not efficient for us. Yeah, we're in too many different time zones. People have got families and jobs and stuff, and so it's hard for us to do. But for this one, it'll be a good one, because then we can really just talk about, hey, we think this is everything with proof of concept, and then what do you think about these time frames? And if the team's excited, if the team's gung ho on it, if they don't feel it's kind of a, you know, a dumb.
Yeah, I had to use my imagination with that comment, but Dodger says, I was talking to Extol. Are you addicted to killing gnolls too? I had to think about whether or not it was addressed to me, so I kind of applied it to myself, but I will say that gnolls in EverQuest are some of the best looking NPCs, in my opinion, as far as like trash mobs. Like, you know, when I say trash mobs, I mean like orcs or goblins. Like when it comes to the diversity, gnolls are some of the best looking ones. Am I thinking about gnolls? Hold on. Yeah, I love gnolls. There's Fippy Darkpaw right there. It's between gnolls and then the other. There's like there's gnolls and then there's another type of like dog monster. Anyways. Yeah, my bad. Sorry, I thought you were talking to me.
Dumb shit or batshit plan, then we'll basically start having some discussions and presenting information to the community with regards to what the future looks like, what we're shooting for, how long we think it'll take, and all that stuff. And then we'll see what you guys' responses are. And if you're positive as well, I'll be honest, I'm not trying to seed this in a weird way or whatever, but I think there'll be a certain percentage of folks that'll be in agreement with the plan.
Yeah, kobolds.
And I think,
thank you.
Probably for one of the first times, there'll be a certain percentage of folks that are really like, I don't like your plan. And that's normal. That's eventually the honeymoon wears off, and then we start to look at like the reality of like, all right, this is the plan, this is the time frame, and people are like, oh shit, okay, that's what you mean. So we'll see. Either way, I'm pretty excited for it, just because you know, we've approached everything to date in as transparent a manner as possible. There's no reason to change that, just because it's like, you know, there's some concern that we're not going to be the perfect thing for everybody, which I guess, I mean, we haven't tried that so far, right? Like, people that don't like certain things like corpse runs and other shit, I think we've been pretty straightforward with them. Hey, what's up, Dark Inside? So, Simon, do you think with that suggested change, just the, oops, I guess it'd be there, kind of bringing that in there, and then the other stuff you've already got on your list, are you good in terms of feedback and direction stuff, or do you need to hold up, or do you want to hold up until we can discuss in a little bit more detail some of the other stuff that's in here?
No, I think we're rocking, man.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll hit the ground running with these suggestions, and maybe we can talk in a week or something and see what you think.
Okay. What do you, to put you on the spot, what are you going to be working on between now and whenever we talk in a week?
So I'll be finishing up the zone border geometry, and I've done most of it. It needs to be iterated on again to get some decent horizon silhouettes going on for the mountains and whatnot, since we eliminated.
All right. This is actually good. I'm gonna label this as 4516.
Discuss in a little bit more detail some of the other stuff that's in here.
No, I think we're rocking, man.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll hit the ground running with these suggestions, and maybe we can talk in a week or something and see what you think.
Okay.
All right. So at 4530. So the reason I find this relevant is what does a week of production look like on an individual level, right? Obviously, you can get a lot of that just by watching the streams, but I'm going to try to find a way of articulating that in a video. The goal is to get like a lot more than I need, so that when I start scripting the video, I can basically trim the fat and leave the meat. Dodger said now they're more lizardly. Dodger also said now I want to do a reaction video to this stream. Don't do that. It's going to be like an infinite loop. You're going to literally break the matrix. That would be hilarious, though. You should do it.
What do you...
All right, sorry, I was trying to get some screenshot footage there.
To put you on the spot, what are you going to be working on between now and whenever we talk in a week?
So I'll be finishing up the zone border geometry, and I've done most of it. It needs to be iterated on again to get some decent horizon silhouettes going on for the mountains and whatnot, since we eliminated the whispering dunes to the north.
Yeah.
But I'll finish up the southern section right here, get all that completed, and some nice mountains in here and whatnot, and a little home for the cultists, maybe the bandits somewhere.
Yeah, I mean we've got enough space. So like one of the things that's going to be on the list of like topics of discussion is how to break up the space in a way where it still conveys the scale and it still conveys the themes, but it gives us some natural POIs, some eye catchers that then allow us to do population work that's not just like if we've got a mob field here, we can do that, but this is such a giant, it's so big that even with ginormous mobs, if we're just doing like a big volume and we're having them wander in there, like I think we are now, though it may be big enough that they're turned off, just sphere of influence. But like if we were to look, like even if they're ginormous, they're just kind of like, you know, it's
That's a huge
they
zone.
just get lost, right? And so one of the things I want to look at is when we've got certain features, then it's a little bit easier to have them congregate in an area. Like we can always have mob fields, but finding these things where we can then tell like a little story with the population there is helpful. The thing is, when we're operating on this scale, right, like it's a matter of how do we do that. And so one of the things that I was thinking with like the crystals and stuff, and this is where I've been rewriting some of the lore as well. There could be a how do I say this? The origin of the crystals. I think I alluded to it a little bit in the thing that I wrote up earlier, but again, I'm trying to beat around the bush rather than not say it explicitly here. Having some things that serve as a logical source of the crystals allows us to make those little mini POIs, right? Because we can like bunch them up, right? So there's like, here's a spot because a piece landed there. Here's a spot because a piece landed there, that kind of thing.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good idea. Some more environmental storytelling in this zone will go a long way.
Mm-hmm. And then it's funny because Chili Sauce was just saying at night those fires in a distance drew you in from the area you're taking out. Oh, don't worry.
All right. So what he just brought up is really important too, because he's talking about storytelling POIs and point of interest. One of the issues with having such a big zone, I'll use Ashes of Creation, for example. Absolutely phenomenal, beautiful, Unreal Engine up the wazoo. One of the things I noticed when they were like just running around is there's a lot of beautiful scenery, but I didn't see too many like things that drew my attention, like POIs. Like, in my opinion, it's like, what's the point of a huge world if there's not something that is catching my attention every few feet, right? Otherwise, you might as well just be in a big empty world, Not saying anything negative about Ashes of Creation, just using that as an example, because one of the things you got to be careful about making too big of a zone is you need to make sure that there's within line of sight a POI, and then once you reach that point of interest, there should be another line of sight. Oh, what's that over there? And then he's talking about like implementing, using that as a storytelling tool as well. So, which is spot on. That's exactly the way EverQuest, the original EverQuest, was designed. So it makes perfect sense.
There'll be new fires in that area. We're not taking it out, we're shrinking it, and then we're just going to make it so that the fires are even more visible because you're not looking over the course of another like 300 meters. But we I think some glowing with the crystals and stuff will also provide that kind of benefit, right? So it's some nice glowy spots. ZBrush said, I thought those were salt flats for a second. The original ref and stuff for this zone was a lot of salt flats and stuff. So
yeah. Dodger just said Witcher 3 is an example of a balanced distance between POIs. Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree with that. Oh, gosh. Good, I got her before she went too far. Where'd she go? Oh, snap. I just realized I've been looting like 5 gold from each. Oh, no. It was like 4 copper, 5 gold. That was a lot. Yeah, Witcher 3 is a great example of that. And it's what made the world feel so alive. You know, just being able to go up on a hill and look over the horizon and be like, what is that? And then just be like, well, I don't know what it is, but I'm going to go find out. Right? And that's the major key. I mean, telling you, it's as simple as that. If they nail that, then it's going to be an unforgettable world.
Yeah, we can definitely still do that, Sean, if that's the direction you want to head.
Cool. And then, you know, things like bandit, you mentioned the bandit camps again. This, you know, it's still such a big zone that, I mean, just up in a place like this off the road, we can put in a decent sized bandit camp and it'll still like, it's not like it's right on the road or super obvious or whatever. So come in and play with some stuff like that. But I'll try to sit down this weekend and sketch together a few more of those, like those types of specific notes, and then I'll get them to you while you're working on the mountains. The mountains that you did for the going into the biome jam were really nice, so I'm excited to see the mountains that you put in. And there are a couple areas where I think once you get them in, this is something I was gonna mention to Pattis as well, and we may need it over in like Shaded Dunes and behind Night Harbor. It's funny, when we had the Flying Citadel, Nicodemus, I think, asked a great question, or maybe Brandon, was like, okay, if you can see Fallen Watch, you know, from 3 zones away, and we've got this Flying Citadel over in Vale of Zentar, like, why can't you see it, right? And so it's like, and we've talked about some different ways to kind of mess with that, but I do think one of the first things to try is, because as we build out the world, I really do want our mountains to feel like mountains. So,
Right.
you know, it's cool to have these in, but then behind them to put in a bit more, in a bit more, just because, like, why not?
Yeah, and you know what, that had been one of my longstanding questions is, did we want to have like terrain imposters, facades, that sort of thing in the background for mountains and the Flying Citadel as well? But I think that's a great idea.
Absolutely, because it's for us being zone based. I mean, we do a great job of it already. Like, you may even have some, you know, it's cool to have Vale of Zentar, like Fallen Watch, you know, from 3 in. And there are a couple areas where I think once you get them in, this is something I was going to mention to Pattis as well, and we may need it over in like Shaded Dunes and behind Night Harbor. It's funny, when we had the Flying Citadel, Nicodemus, I think, asked a great question, or maybe Brandon, was like, okay, if you can see Fallen Watch, you know, from 3 zones away, and we've got this Flying Citadel over in Vale of Zentar, like, why can't you see it, right? And so it's like, and we've talked about some different ways to kind of mess with that, but I do think one of the first things to try is, because as we build out the world, I really do want our mountains to feel like mountains. So,
Right.
you know, it's cool to have these in, but then behind them to put in a bit more, in a bit more, just because, like, why not?
Yeah, and you know what, that had been one of my longstanding questions is, did we want to have like terrain imposters, facades, that sort of thing in the background for mountains and the Flying Citadel as well? But I think that's a great idea.
Absolutely, because it's for us being zone based. I mean, we do a great job of it already. Like you may even have some still in here, right? Like if I come up here, if I look all the way, yeah. So I'm in this zone, and I can still see Night Harbor right in the background, and I do think that the more that we can, even if it's a facade, have those
That's awesome.
moments where we're zone based, but because depending on the zones that we're in, we're allowing for the crazy draw distances and stuff. It helps the world feel more contiguous, and so I love the various areas where we've done that, where it's like, because in theory I'm in one zone looking all the way across the next zone into the third zone, right, and seeing that, and so that's super cool. And here I can see the ogre fortress up there. And so then using like facades or imposters or whatever to also produce like this effective scale in our later zones. And who knows, we could maybe come back in these zones at some point, but in our zones as we're going into the Elven lands, one of the things that I think.
Oh, did you hear what he just said? In our zones as we're going into the Elven lands. So it's confirmed there are going to be lands specifically dedicated to Elvish. Dodger said no faction hit for killing the sirens. Yes, these are non-social, so there's no faction hit. There's two types of sirens in Ocean of Tears. Some of them have a faction and some of them don't. These are the non-social ones, so that's why it's such a good low-level camp. You can do this as early as level 11 or 12 if you do it right. If you're a twink, you can probably start at level 11, even level 10.
Think would just be fucking great is you're so say you're zoning in to like Scarwood from Vale of Zintar, or actually as you're hitting Vale of Zintar, like, and you're going up into up onto the plateau or whatever, coming out of the desert, and you hit that, looking in the distance, the more we can have these opportunities where you look in the distance and you can see the mountain that's behind the elven, the elven forest, and you can see the mountain that's ultimately going to be where the high elf city is. Like seeing that way out in the distance, and then
We just confirmed the Elvish forest and a high elf city. Dodger said, haha, I know the word in context to EQ, but it's funny to hear it in 2024.
getting closer and closer to it, and then when you're actually, you're in the zone and you're looking up, like just because we're shooting for like this old school lower poly aesthetic, etc. Like, want us to keep just pushing the oh shit opportunities that we have, like where you're standing at a base of a fucking mountain, you're looking up at this mountain, and it feels like the biggest mountain you've ever seen in an MMO, right? Especially knowing that while this may be a facade, at some point we're being smart and we're not just building out the entire thing or whatever, especially if it builds effect. Like you see a path up there, you see like you see a tower up there on that mountain. You're like, look at that tower.
All right, right there was the perfect hot take. If I don't get anything else out of these videos, that's the kind of stuff I'm looking for. He's basically saying, look, even though we're going for a low poly classic world, that doesn't mean we can't be pushing basically the modern limits of technology to make the oh wow factor just through the roof, right? Yeah, I'm actually going to take this whole little clip of him saying that as like a one-liner and build off of it. That was perfect.
It's up there on the mountain, and I kind of see a path or whatever. And then zoning, like basically you get to the base of the mountain, you work your way up and you zone into another zone, and then you work your way up some more, and then as you're about to zone into another zone vertically, you're at the tower and you're looking back down and you're like, holy shit, I'm up here. Like, why not, right? Like, we lean into our limitations, but then really try to, you know, blow people away with just the areas where we push it, right? Like, that's the whole point of the draw distance right here, right? Like, not every zone is going to have this insane draw distance, and it's nice seeing this dustiness and stuff, right? Especially if it's passing. Like, sometimes it's clear and sometimes it's dustier, but seeing Night Harbor in the distance, so many people have commented about it. You know, they're like, oh man, it's so cool to see that far in an MMO, and it's so cool to see that far in an MMO like this. And you know, those vistas and that shit way out in the distance that draws you out there, I think is great, especially if we're going with bigger zones. And sorry, I'm just like straight up monologuing, Simon. I appreciate your patience.
No, man, this is great.
But like, you know, that's the point of the tower in the distance, right? That's why, you know, I'm not an expert in level design or environment art or whatever, but like gray boxing stuff in, it was like, you know, having stuff that's pulling you, right? Yeah, it works for navigation, but it also, you know, it just kind of summons you. Ollie said Simon's a saint. I'd never allow that. That's bullshit. Ollie, you let me monologue all the time. But yeah, and I love this. I love what you've done here. You know, like with the fortress then. And have you carried the camps and stuff over yet? All right, so there's some. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I haven't got the individual like goblin elements in yet, but the terrain is there.
Yep. Cool. Because that's cool too then, right? Like you've been in there and you've gone by and you've seen the fires up there, and then you come down and you're in this zone and it's still up there. Ollie, you know, it'd be so cool, and I think about this all the time, and I don't know oh, sorry, one distraction before I lose it. Hey, what's up, Robert? Sorry, it took me so long to say hey. And then Howler Monkey said, Robot, if you need new devs, Steve Denuzer's available. It's funny you say that. I just pinged him and was like, what was your Discord name again? And then he told me, and I was like, oh shit, of course it is. Yeah, so it'll be nice catching up with him. How much does the planet curvature play, or is it flat? John, you know my answer to this. This game is a fantasy game, so of course the Earth's got curvature, unlike real life. So let's see. Oh, Ollie, how hard would it be? And it doesn't have to be for proof of concept, unless you really get excited one weekend and you wanted to do something cool when you weren't sleeping. How hard would it be to, it's so rad to see like stuff in the distance, right? Like it's so rad to see the fortress in the distance. And it's so rad to see players in the distance, but they're in another zone. Could it be possible to apply player positional data in a stripped down sort of LOD'd way to the zone you're in? Stop talking about server meshing in Star Citizen, for the love of God, Lich. This is totally not anything like that. It's completely new and unique to us. So we can fake the dragon being in it.
All right, that was really cool that he brought up the Star Citizen meshing, because oh gosh, I'm getting tired. Server meshing. So what he was just referencing was in Star Citizen, they created server meshing, which it can have like two adjacent servers right next to each other. So like when you're flying from the atmosphere from space and you're going into the atmosphere, there's each there's like invisible zone lines and it's all seamless, and they're like servers that are meshed together. So there can be like 100 people over there, but because you're over here and you're the only person, you're one person in that zone, right? So you can see the other server, but you're not in the other server, right? So it's server meshing. And the technology was that Star Citizen developed is one of a kind. They don't own the copyright to it, right? Or the trademark to it. It's just they nailed it for their particular project, because one of the questions they had is, how do we make a seamless universe where there's thousands of players, right? And I've played Star Citizen, and this is pre-server meshing technology. And I've played Star Citizen, and it already is very seamless. But what this is going to do is going to make it so that there can be literally hundreds of ships. But because there's going to be micro servers all around, it's going to help with latency and everything. So this is really cool to hear that, you know, Sean knows about this. He's already thought about this. This is actually something I was going to suggest on the Discord, and the fact that he's talking about it, this is phenomenal.
Distance, but because it's deterministic, apply player positional data in a stripped down sort of LOD'd way to the zone you're in. Stop talking about server meshing in Star Citizen, for the love of God, Lich. This is totally not anything like that. It's completely new and unique to us.
I mean, I know what he's talking about. He's not talking about server meshing, though. He's talking about...
So we can fake the dragon being in the distance,
LOD.
but because it's deterministic. But a dragon chasing players real time sort of aggro. Ollie just said, didn't Star Citizen do this? Maybe Star Citizen's done it already, so obviously it's not that hard to do, Ollie. Apparently Star Citizen's already done this brilliant idea, so WoW did it as well. I don't okay, you're just making it sound like it's easier and easier to do. Like I was wondering if we could just see players running around and stuff. Like if they don't have to be the actual players, but like if I'm here and there's a goblin camp up there, and so we can see the fires and stuff. In theory, we could put the mobs up there pathing and stuff. But wouldn't it be cool if we saw players and mobs up there, but they're not in our zone? Ollie? Ollie said, you know those lines in UO where you lag while going through and you can use that bit of lag to dupe items? Is that the feature I'm currently adding? No, it's not fake players, Lich. It's actual players, but they're not in our zone. They're in that zone, but we're getting to see their positional data and stuff in this zone, which I guess just makes them be in this zone. So, I don't know.
I get what he's saying. It's not rocket science.
Can you toggle it off for better performance? I'm just going to say yes. Could it be a spyglass that you check on camps? I think that makes it even harder to do.
That would be cool, though. pull out the spyglass and see if the goblin camp is currently occupied.
Simon, do I currently have you hostage? Do you need to be doing
No,
anything
sir.
else?
I do have a work call in like 20 minutes.
This is the moment when Sean realizes he doesn't want zones in a game. I absolutely want zones in a game. I want both. Want the visual effect of a seamless world while also leaving zone lines.
Perfect.
If I'm in one zone and my friend sees me from another, can I click my torch lantern on and off really fast to send them Morse code messages? Yeah, I think that should be allowed.
The camp is open.
Yeah. Why don't you just send me a tell? I don't know how Morse code works. Excuse me. That idea is about as efficient as my idea just now. You're like, can I go out of way to do this really complicated thing that's simple to do? I'm like, you know what? That sounds brilliant. I was just thinking the same thing. Could you have each zone extend itself and mirror into each of its adjoining zones, and then positional data in those overlaps gets reported to both
I think
zones?
I can scrub through this
Mike
part.
knows that is exactly what I was saying. Now, I don't know if it makes a damn bit of sense. And we would absolutely need to factor in.
I didn't realize that this particular VOD was so detailed.
Oh, I really liked what Goblin had done with the concept on this thing. Did you see it, Simon?
I did. Yeah, I really like that as well.
Shouldn't be. I mean, it shouldn't be any harder than anything else to do, right?
All right, I think I'm going to move on to the next video because, to be honest, I can camp on this video for the next 2 hours. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've gone through 5 videos so far. And this one video pushed me all the way to page 2, and I was trying to make sure the notes were very short and just timestampy. But I want to get through at least 50 to 60% of these VODs, so let me move on to the next one. So now we're moving on to February 16th.
Sorry about that. Welcome, everybody. It is Friday. This weekend, I'm really going to try to post all of the VODs. Turn that down a little bit. Yep, I'll try to get all my VODs caught up. That seems fair, right? You'll be flooded with VODs. Yeah. That'd be nice, because we just did something, what was it? It was last week when we watched the, was it mmorpg's video and responded to that, so it'd be cool to get that up sooner rather than later. What's going on over here? Alright.
Alright, I'm going to skip through.
Bot has looking all ogre-y. How are you able to read line after line of server readout and also listen? Don't want you to miss it at the moment. We got some stuff that we want to get done first before we let. No, D loves pudding. What's up, Drew? Well, I'm kind of my lineage is all over the place, but Dramox, I'm not gonna read the full thing out loud, but I have read your statement. Final Fantasy is the exception to the rule. I think any MMO that's lasted more than 3 years is probably an exception to that rule. Start bringing some money in without having to ask for money, without giving anything in return, is I'm not reading chat at the moment because I don't want. And then worked on DC Universe through launch. EQ expansions. Merch updates. No update on merch. That's another thing we'd love to get out, but we still feel kind of bad about the idea of taking merch money from you if we don't have a game for you. Oh yeah, so I worked on a few EQ expansions. I came into customer service right around Kunark. Did sort of apprentice to apprentice design work during Velius era. Became a full-time apprentice / designer for Lucklin, and then full-time designer from Plains, Legacy, Eldon, Not Omens. Oh no, yeah, Not Omens. Right. And then Gates? No. Whichever, I forget the order. Not the one that was next, and then the one that was after it. I worked on some other stuff that didn't go live, and then I stopped right after, was it Omens? Yeah, so Omens was the last thing I worked on, EQ related. Then I was part of the original DC Universe team. So when it was like 4 or 5 of us, and then worked on DC Universe through launch. Worked on some kids MMO stuff at a different company that was live, and worked on some strange German MMO. Worked on a different kids MMO in Sweden. So can't believe DC Universe is still online and being played. Yeah, it's pretty wild to me as well. I think at the moment, every MMO I've worked on in some capacity is still live. EverQuest is still alive. Wizard 101 and Pirate 101 are still alive. DC Universe is still live. Dark Orbit somehow, I believe, is still live. Maybe. Star Stable is still alive. So, I've been fortunate on the MMOs that I've worked on. And from that point forward, I did everything in my power to figure out how to get into the company. Spin up a PvP server of some sort at... Did I see there's strong evidence for PlanSide being sold? Yeah, I thought it was confirmed that it was sold. I'd be curious to see what happens with the rest of the EG7 games over time. Or at least the original IP. Hey, Dark Inside. No instances in Party of 6.
No instances, party of 6. What else?
Means that dungeons are open so anyone can enter and kill you, or how does that work? The game is player versus environment, not player versus player as sort of its foundation. We'll spin up a PvP server of some sort at some point.
Okay, that's major key. So plans to spin up a PvP server at some point. I was looking for that. I knew that already. I just wanted to know where he said it. PvP server. Okay, cool. We're making progress.
And then it'll really just depend on the rules of that server. Whether it's anybody or people outside your guild or people on different teams, like different racial teams or god team or whatever, wherever we wind up going with it. Let's see. Planning on roleplay servers. Yeah, so we're actually really interested in having a relatively hardcore roleplay server where you have to apply and be accepted, whitelisted into the roleplay server, and then maintain like a... You actually have to roleplay or you're out. So that's Bullet Catcher here in chat is actually one of the odder sort of roles that we've brought onto the team, because we've brought him on for his expertise in this area from GTA 5, and so we want to learn from him. And see if we can spin up something a little weird. What do we got here? What is this? 428. And then we'll get him to help us get it set up and run it. What I miss now? Dark Inside said, did you hear about DCO layoffs? MEPS is gone. Sadly, they don't have a creator. Very big brain. Have you seen... I did an interview with him, Balcron. Have you seen that? Every player character, but seeing Beast Boy run around here, as we're working towards the completion of proof of concept, I'm hoping that we have more just kind of incremental and fun little play tests and shit. So the concept that you did. while Zukin is AFK. Oh yeah, should have. Zukin, you should be in here AFKing so you can get your experience bonus. Recommendation, as opposed to what kind of other recommendation? What would a non-actual recommendation be? Higher levels, Zukin, because what would wind up happening is now you can absolutely afford and have earned bags. You've got a bunch of shit in your bags because of the nature of the content that
All right. I think I got the gist of this one, and I remember watching this one, so I kind of know my way around this VOD. Now we're moving on to February 21st. We're on the home stretch. Goodness. I mean, the goal wasn't to get through every single one of them, but I'm almost through every single one of them. Skimming.
Right. Running a few minutes late, but if you're watching the VOD, that doesn't count to get you in, unfortunately. Nick is at work, guys. Oh, he can be trusted. Trusted to... Yeah, so I misstated. You can make items that you like. You can make items that you like, but you weren't allowed to make items that were named after yourself. Now, if it's true that the original Soulfire was named Blade of Brad, then Brad broke the rule. But since Brad was Brad, and that rule may not have existed back then I don't know that it matters. Yeah, so like I said, those of you just rolled in, I had planned to spend the hour before the stream coming up with an awesome plan for what to do on stream, and then I got into a hour-long meeting right up until just a few minutes ago. So I'm trying to think of what I would want to do on stream, so I've asked you guys what I should do on stream, and so far I haven't heard an answer that was like a winner. Fabrizio, hello. Decorating streams are relaxing. I'd considered that, but I meant to, the place where I really wanted to do, new low level balance. Yeah, I was saying I might just play. So that's a good recommendation, Nick. But Sparrow, I'm going to do a decorating stream soon. I need to confirm with the folks. Ollie's been like baking out some Night Harbor chunks so that we can start applying new shaders and stuff to it. So I'm afraid allow for a certain amount of headroom, more well thought out and constructive streams. The sound of my voice coming from my point of view. I expected 2080 and 2100. So one of Jasmine's friends, she was just visiting us, was the circle around my tune is the aura of the pious that I've got going. In terms of it was just there. It felt, I'm waiting on Zukin, and when he gets here we'll kill some more stuff. What's up, good times? Did I pick the same traits and stuff too? I did. I mean, if you don't remember them offhand, don't sweat it. I think just the additional DPS will be fine. I mean, Celsius? Scarab's right there. What are we doing? The node level. Or is it also at the guild level? No, but I guess that means that's even better because that means you really do want it, which is an even better answer. Zukin was potting. Okay. Awesome. I've got to see if I can... Man, I wish I could get into my old... I wish I could get into my... That's Deutsch. We are live. Thank you. A minor ability. Makes sense. Robert was probably selling the same stuff and he's... Straight murdering stuff. Black. I'm just gonna attack this thing. Where I've played a tune and had like ridiculous two-hand damage. Super basic sort of explanation of what's going on. We started in the newbie area. And we've moved out here to this second zone, Sungreet Strand, to grab some higher level mobs. Though this area here I think is kind of the same as what we had in there, but maybe spread out a little bit more. But we can start to dip our toes. Fall damage is currently turned off. We'll need to turn that on before the next playtest if possible, because it was really a bummer seeing you guys fall off of stuff and not die. I don't think you don't properly respect the environment in that situation. Robert, I don't know that I'm going to get in that water though until it's light out. Robert has just updated some sound for us, so it sounds really awesome when you get in the water. It sounds like being in the water. Sorry. Oops, and now it's daylight by the power of magic. That totally was probably not Nick.
That was fun.
SSJ Machamp. How should I say it? Should I just say SSJ or? Okay, now I'll go underwater. Can you hear the underwater?
Oh, that was solid. Yeah, that sounded really good.
Oh my gosh. This is super underwater feeling. Yeah, absolutely, Robert. Robert just got this in. And it's really cool. What does it sound like when you cast in water? My only spell I have at the moment is Draw Strength. So I'll do that here.
I was casting a spell at the same time he was, so... Don't confuse what I was doing to what he was doing.
Let's see. Let me go back up because there was a question that I wanted to answer that you were kind enough to give us.
Well, folks, we're 63% of the way to level 15. It's getting pretty late, so I'm going to start closing this up in the next 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay. So SSJ had asked the question about, that is a fast-ass crocodile. About how we go about fixing stuff. A lot of time, it's just people will ask, hey, is anybody aware of this bug? And we'll like ask in our bug channel or something like that, or it'll come up in a conversation, or it'll come up on a stream. And oftentimes Ali or somebody will see it and just be like, oh, let me look real quick. Unless they're aware of it. If they know that, hey, yeah, this is a known bug, we're not going to deal with that anytime soon, then it's cool, we just pass. But if they're like, oh, that's new, oftentimes they'll just look really quick, and if it's a simple fix, they'll just make the fix on the spot. If it's something that's interesting to somebody on the team, then they may dig in a little bit later either way and then fix it. Otherwise, it'll go into our bug database, and then we just kind of go through those and grab them as Nick just zoned. We'll just kind of grab them as we go. So we every once in a while we'll talk a little bit about project management and stuff, and how much of it we want to do versus how much of it we don't. And so far, it hasn't been something where we've got like a massive need, but we have been planning a lot more for how to get to the end of proof of concept, which has always been a big topic. People asking, oh, how far are you going with proof of concept? How long is it going to take and all that? So we're working to figure those things out, and then we'll let you know. But as part of that, then we're kind of we're being a little bit more project manage me. Yeah, this is SGS. Sungreet Strand. What was the other? Press for detail when expecting an indie MMO. Golem, we are not just any indie MMO. We are a well lubricated machine. We're very passionate. We're I'm gonna stop. We're professionals. Let's see, let me turn the music back on. What else? See you, bud.
We're gonna skip ahead a little bit.
There's so much diversity with the trade skills and so many things that we want to do. I'm really excited to see. So I can cheat with the answer. Really am absolutely most excited about is they're working on getting Night Harbor ready to update all the textures, basically use the new shaders, and have Night Harbor look really, really dope. So, but let me see, what do we got on the roadmap that I should be alluding to right now? Ooh, yeah. Focus on trade skills. Focus on trade skills coming up. I'll be very excited about. That's going to be before housing is finished off and mounts. So, yeah, I'm pretty amped to see what we end up doing there.
All right, I'm gonna.
There's so much diversity with the trade skills and so many things that we want to do. I'm really excited to see how we continue to sort of add to those and improve it and get more stuff going on. So hopefully we'll be having a lot more like just trade skill discussions and stuff as well. Maybe we'll do another brainstorm session soon. The problem with the brainstorm sessions now is usually I'm typing so damn much. Will there be an overlap between housing and trade skills? Absolutely. Absolutely. Definite overlap in housing, trade skills, and then like NPC / in-city spaces. Generalized amounts. This is how much we brought in, and this is where we're allocating it, like software and stuff like that. So we'll break built, or what does that mean, or right? You know, our finalized plan, a set of dates that we feel are. We're working on it right now. That's one of the things that we're working on behind the scenes. Is just getting more like it's not like we're trying to read tiny ass code fonts. Liz said was in a bit of a bit. It was a bit funky earlier, but nothing desperate other than your lovely face is not a lot of detail. Sucks, and you can't really ever see my face, so it's all good. Either one works. Okay, cool. Throw up servers, set goals for hours, and all donations go to Pinky. Hey, Redson. We can't do that. We can't do that. So as you probably saw on Discord, we will be disclosing more. Well, not more. We're going to disclose a shitload of detail. And I think I mentioned this in a previous stream, which then led to the conversation in Discord, which leads us back here.
All right. So as I close out the stream, this is probably going to be the most impactful part of my little grinding session I had tonight. So we're 15 minutes into the Twitch VOD from March 20th. Today was March 22nd. That's when they did the trade skill huddle. And on this March 20th, well, you've got ears, you can listen for yourself.
We're working on it right now. That's one of the things that we're working on behind the scenes, is just getting you guys, we'll be getting you all the details of what we think our plans are for the coming years, and we'll see what you think about it. So it's pretty exciting. We definitely are excited to spill the beans and all that stuff. But it will be, I think I can speak to what I'm fairly certain we're going to deliver. So roadmap's always an interesting one. We've got that Trello board deconstruction. We're going to update that, but that's more of a deconstruction than a roadmap. But we will be putting together something that feels a lot more like a roadmap. Just keep in mind that we may be moving things around or whatever as we go. We are road mapping the rest of the project. Well, not the entire project, naturally. It's a big project, but we're road mapping the rest of what's needed to finish proof of concept behind the scenes right now. So there'll be that information. We'll be giving you a set of dates that we feel are they work for us. Like, you know, things change, shit can change. I think everybody will know that going into it, but it will be a set of dates that we feel pretty confident about in terms of wrapping up proof of concept and then going into a different state from there. We'll update. We'll have a specific FAQ related to all of that. So essentially where we're going from proof of concept forward. there's been some debate on sort of the semantics of what we would be looking to go into in terms of are we just going live? Is it called early access? Is it called some other thing? So there's some ideas on that that will continue. We've been discussing it internally. There's some different thoughts there. We've picked a path that we're pretty cool with, but there may be some better ways of framing it for all of you. So we'll work on that verbiage to put out and make sure first the team's happy with it, and then if the team's happy with, you know, our finalized plan, our finalized plan, we've had a big discussion on all of this with the team previously, and folks were good. There were some questions, blah blah blah. I think we'll pitch out a little more, you know, to the team on just kind of like some thoughts on how do we frame it, what are we actually calling it, this and that. We'll get that wrapped up before the end of the month. So what else? So update the existing roadmap, make something that feels a bit more like an actual roadmap. Get you guys very specific timeframes in terms of when we're moving out of proof of concept and then into a playable state. We'll be clear on what content will be available. It's funny, I've run out of fingers. Rediker, there you go. What content will be available, what we anticipate the state of the game to be like, right? So when we say wrap up proof of concept, I mean, I can say this because I've said it before. For us, we're not done with proof of concept until the game is playable. We have a good understanding of the game, 1 to max level. We've got content available for everything that you would do, 1 to max level. We've got all core systems in game. We've got well, it sounded like we've been doing and we're going to continue to sort of push all classes. Haven't heard anything from Nick to the contrary on that so far, so let's say that. We may not have all races available, but all classes. And yeah, and so we'll be posting all of that, so in very explicit detail what you should expect when we're done with proof of concept. Excuse me, we'll be posting kind of a bit of a history as well, so a detailed reverse roadmap, so you can see how the project has actually evolved over the years, because it gets easy for people that are newer to the project to be like, hey yo, Discord's been up for 4 years, like why don't they have, like, you know, and they've got a decent sized team, why don't they have 4 years worth of game built, or what does that mean, or right, or whatever. So we'll provide as well, and this is something we've already worked on. It's one of the things I've been working on like this week, is we'll also provide like a progression where you can see kind of the people that are currently on the team, when each person came onto the team, what our major milestones were through that, right? So for each of the 4 years, boom, 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 coming up. So we'll post that as well. We're gonna post a more detailed breakdown of like kind of what systems and what features came online as a separate thing, boom, 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 during those years, so you can see our rate of progress. We're gonna post the like I think I've said before, kind of like a aggregated overview of our finances. So what does it cost us to get to this point, right? So we'll be posting essentially like maybe a pie chart or something. So it's not, you're getting we're not going to tell you every detail. It's none of your business. You know, like you don't need to know how much we paid this lawyer there or whatever, right? Like, or who the contractors were. But we can say like, this much goes to the contractors, you know, this much goes to legal, this much has gone to, you know, monthly sort of expenses, like our sort of operating expenses, like software and stuff like that. So we'll break that down for you so you can kind of see the total. Don't forget to add team size to that, because it seemed like one, but today 23 years ago is 5. Oh, it shows. It'll show not just the team size for each year, but explicitly who joined each year. So, it may be useful for others who have wanted to start a game.
So basically, everything he just listed is as of today, which is March 23rd. Coming up very shortly in the combined update for April and March. Those are just some of the things that they're going to be sharing. I'm sure there's going to be a lot more other interesting stuff that they're going to share. But yeah, so huge update coming up. Again, just to recap what I was doing tonight. Like I mentioned at the beginning, whenever I play, I like to multitask and just get some work done on the side. One of my side projects is that I'm looking for specific details from older VODs, writing out timestamps so that when I go to scripting my next video, I can have everything ready and I can just pinpoint which section of the VOD I need to reference so I can stay as accurate as possible to what's been said in the past. So I got to get about 71% to level 15, so we're almost there. I got about 1.5 pages worth of timestamps. So later this weekend and throughout the week, I'll be able to start writing the script, recording the video, editing, and hopefully get something posted before April, right in time for this major update from Monsters and Memories. So kudos to Sean for, recovering from his surgery quickly and delivering on all these wonderful beans. As for myself, I am going to call it a night. I do wish everyone a great night. Until next time, this has been episode 13 of Chill Play. I'll see you on the next one, and stay blessed and be safe. Have a good one. One last thing, if you haven't already, go check out the Monsters and Memories soundtrack at Robert Engstrand's YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe, save the playlist so you can enjoy this music anytime you want. The song is called Monsters and Memories, and this is Sungreet Strand from the Zone Sungreet Strand. Enjoy and have a great night.